us in Paradise, in the tragedy there. Be with them and their families. We pray that you would bless this evening, and we pray that you would bless America. Thank you for this time. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome star of NBC's Heroes Reborn, actor Zachary Levi.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of and the home of the
It's time for the drivers to climb into the cars. When we come back, the command from Homestead-Miami Speedway.
storms and pouring rain. Got my hands on the wheel and I'm flying. Heartbeat loud as the thunder rolls. Riding in on the stampede of lightning bolt. I'm bringing back the sunshine. Bringing back the sunshine. Baby, it's about time. Bring it back.
Blake Shelton's done it again. He's brought back the sunshine. Welcome to NBC's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Ford EcoBoost 400. Let's go trackside to Dave Burns.
Rick, if you want to win it all today, you've got to go through the reigning Sprint Cup champ, Kevin Harvick, because he's been here and he's done this. And just think of the 2015 season they've had. 15 times they've finished second or first. That's the kind of speed he'll need to repeat today. Kelly?
Not only is this one of Martin Truex Jr.'s favorite racetracks, it's also one of his best. He wasn't quite happy with the handling yesterday, so they made some big changes overnight. Martin said, I don't know if it'll be better or worse, but it definitely won't be the same. He'll start 11th, Marty.
Kelly, now the business for Jeff Gordon, win a championship. The message in the team meeting this morning was very simple. It's all about heart today. And as Jeff Gordon told the team, we've raced with more heart than any team in the garage area this year. That's why we'll win a championship. Mike?
Marty, Kyle Busch has just buckled himself into his race car, looking to complete one of the most improbable comeback stories in all of sports. Just 8 months ago, he was recovering from a broken leg and a broken foot. He missed 11 races. He's now back, qualified for the chase, looking to break the dreams of 3 other championship contenders. Time now to get things started in the 2015 season finale.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your Grand Marshal, co-host of NBC's Today Show, Hoda Kotb.
So excited. Here we go. Drivers, start your engines!
For the final time in the 2015 season, the command for firing of the engines. We're about to go racing. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by the Ford F-150. Every other truck is history. Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness.
Kevin Harvick is your 2014 Sprint Cup Series champ.
Winning the championship is what it's all about.
Kevin Harvick keeps his championship hopes alive.
It's not about stats. It's not about what looks good on paper. It's about lifting the big trophy at the end of the year. You always dream about that trophy.
The comeback story of the century.
I've always wanted to become an accomplished race car driver. You've got to figure out how to dig down deep and go get it.
The championship 4 in Miami.
The other 3 guys probably thought of as 3 of the best that ever sat in a stock car. Pretty sure people won't put me in that conversation. Hopefully I'm changing their opinion and we'll be able to make history.
There's so much significance for me being my final race, the ability to race for a championship.
The drive for 5 is still alive.
If we could win this thing and win this championship, wow, what a moment that lasts a lifetime.
Only 400 miles remain in Jeff Gordon's career. We get ready for the Sprint Cup Series Ford EcoBoost 400 from Homestead-Miami Speedway. The starting grid brought to you by Ford. Up front, Denny Hamlin. He's already said one of the bigger things in his career is starting on the pole in Jeff Gordon's last race. And he's alongside Joey Logano, a 6-time winner this season.
Starting third, looking for his first Sprint Cup championship, Kyle Busch, alongside Ryan Newman.
In row 3, it's Jeff Gordon looking for his 5th championship and his final start of his 23-year career, starting next to Ryan Blaney.
In row 4, starting 7th, Carl Edwards, a 2-time winner at this track, and Brad Keselowski, the 2012 Cup Series champion.
In row 5, last week's winner, Dale Earnhardt Jr., starting next to Austin Dillon.
Row 6, we have another championship contender in Martin Truex looking for his first title, starting next to 6-time champion Jimmy Johnson.
In row 4, championship contender Kevin Harvick. He won the championship last year by winning this race.
Row 8, the 2004 champion Kurt Busch, starting next to Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Row 9, we have Paul Menard starting next to Casey Kane. Casey has 8 wins on 1.5-mile tracks.
In row 10, Matt Kenseth, starting 19th. This is his first race back from the 2-race suspension.
Row 11, Greg Biffle, a 3-time winner here, starting next to Jamie McMurray.
Row 12, we have yesterday's winner in the Xfinity race, Kyle Larson, starting alongside Clint Boyer, making his final start from Michael Waltrip Racing.
Back in row 13, Ty Dillon was running for the Xfinity Series championship yesterday. Richard Childress' grandson and brother of Austin Dillon.
Row 14, we have Casey Mears starting next to Sam Hornish Jr. This is his last race with Richard Petty Motorsports.
In row 15, we have the 95 of Michael McDowell starting next to the 51 of Justin Allgaier.
Back in row 16, starting 31st, is the 26 of J.J. Yaley. Starting 32nd will be the 32 of Josh Wise.
In row 17, we have Alex Bowman and Landon Castle.
We have teammates in row 18, Danica Patrick and Tony Stewart.
Back in row 19, the 83 of Matt DiBenedetto and the 55 of David Reagan, also making his final start for MWR.
In row 20, starting 39th is Michael Annett. Starting 40th is Cole Witt.
Row 21, another set of teammates, front row teammates, David Gilliland and Brett Moffitt.
And at the back of the field, the 98 of Ryan Preece. Those are all 43 of the drivers taking on this 1.5-mile track. As the sun is now beating down on the track, let's go trackside to Marty Snyder.
Rick, the car is starting to roll. Jeff Gordon finally in his calm office inside that 24 car for the final time. And he told me earlier today, I kept my morning as normal as I could. He said, I didn't want to have a lot of distractions. He has over 300 people here at the racetrack, over 150 of them with hot passes to be in the garage area. But he said, this morning, I wanted things to be normal. Had a conversation with his mom, a conversation with Rick Hendrick. He got his normal massage, which he gets before every race, just to keep things focused on racing. He knew, though, there would be a chaotic scene by the race car. We saw all that, everybody wanting a piece of Jeff Gordon's final race. But then there was that moment where everybody left. He took a final few pictures and he was by himself. Now, Jeff Burton, you know what that's like as a driver. When you're in that car, that's your office. The attention immediately turns to racing.
It's so important to get focused on racing, but it's so difficult. When you walk down pit road knowing this is your last race you're ever going to run, you just don't know the emotions. He's going through it right now, but
you know, he has a chance to win a championship today. On top of that, his last race, the emotions have to be high inside that race car.
And this reminds me of Dale Earnhardt when he was able to win the Daytona 500, something that had eluded him for 20 years, when all the crew members came out and just paid respect to Dale Earnhardt. They're doing the exact same thing to Jeff Gordon as he gets ready to go on to the track for his final race. And how do you focus? He has a championship that sits in front of him. Of the 4 championship contenders, they're racing each other. The one that finishes in front of the other 3 is crowned the 2015 Sprint Cup Series champion. They'll have to race for that title. As you see the cards, what a beautiful paying of respect to Jeff Gordon. Thank you, Jeff. 20 forever. A sellout crowd at Homestead-Miami. 60,000 strong. We'll ride along with a few different drivers today, one of those being Clint Boyer. He has the 5-hour Energy in-car camera, starting 24th today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. carrying the nationwide onboard camera, starts 9th. Joey Logano has the Ford in-car camera and starting on the front row in 2nd. And Denny Hamlin has the Coca-Cola onboard camera and will start on the pole. And just as quickly, you see the championship 4 being displayed by cards in the grandstands. The 4 drivers, all with a shot at the title. We'll ride along with them as well, starting with Kevin Harvick in the Outback Steakhouse in-car camera. He starts 13th. Martin Truex Jr. in the Western Union onboard camera will start 11th. Jeff Gordon and the Exalta onboard camera starting in row 3. And starting in row 2 with the Sprint on board, the 18 of Kyle Busch. As the clouds have parted, our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything we learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. The green flag had been scheduled to go in the air at 3:15 here in South Florida. It's just past the bottom of the hour, 4:35. Just over an hour and 20 minute delay. Done an incredible job of getting this track ready for 400 miles, 267 laps to determine a champion. What a beautiful scene. They're going to continue to drive pit road. We'll take a quick break and be right back for the start here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
On behalf of millions of fans around the world, John Elway, thank you.
Raymond Mark, a dream has come true. American Pharaoh, a horse of a lifetime.
Jeff Gordon looking for a storybook ending, his 5th championship. Can he do it? That's the big question. Can Jeff Gordon end his career hoisting his 5th Sprint Cup Series championship trophy at Races End? At the beginning of the weekend, a lot would have said he's probably not the favorite going into this. But after what we saw in qualifying, battling back, and the drive and determination that he has, I would say that Jeff Gordon has as good a shot as any of the 4.
Yeah, I think we all came into this weekend thinking Jeff Gordon and his team just haven't exhibited the speed on this type of racetrack to compete with Kevin Harvick, with Truex, with Kyle Busch. Then qualifying started. He was 30th fastest. We're like, there you go. He can't go fast enough. Next time out, he moved up, got himself into the 2nd round. He did it again, got himself in the last round, ended up qualifying 5th, 2nd best of all the guys. So they stepped it up in qualifying trim, and they're going to have to step it up tonight as well.
Well, the playoffs aren't like the regular season. In the championship game, the championship race is bigger than any of that, and that's what we have here today. We have a 4-time champion, 93 race wins, 797 starts with the opportunity to win a championship in his final race. Statistics, I don't think, have any place in this discussion. It really comes down to which one of these 4 take the opportunity. Jeff Gordon has done it 4 times in his career. I don't see why today couldn't be his 5th.
The drivers were shown 2 to go before the green flag comes out. Let's go trackside once again to Marty.
Rick, we've talked about the stars who have come out to witness Jeff Gordon's final race. Check out who is on top of his pit box today. Some racing royalty in the form of Lewis Hamilton and Mario Andretti. In fact, these guys have so much horsepower, literally, that they moved Mr. Hendrick off the box. He volunteered his seat so that Mario Andretti could have a seat to watch the start of Jeff Gordon's final race. A lot of people want to witness this moment in history. Dave?
Marty, we've talked a lot about the fiery nature of the competitive fiery nature of Kevin Harvick, the reigning Sprint Cup champion. And his crew has a way of knowing when Kevin shows up with that attitude. He says, if they walk up to us and he just kind of greets us and says hello when he comes to the car, we know he's not quite there yet. But when he stares right through us and walks to the car to put on his helmet, then we know the champion Harvick has arrived. I asked Cheddar Bob Smith, his car chief, if he saw that this morning. He said, oh yeah. Kelly?
Furniture Row Racing team owner Barney Visser doesn't always address the team before the race, but he did today, and he said, I want to start by starting how I always do, thanking each and every one of you. This is a team of just 64 employees. Crew Chief Colburn added, no matter what, regardless of the outcome today, we already have a lot to be proud of, Mike.
And Kelly, when it comes to motivational speeches, imagine getting one from a 3-time Super Bowl champion coach. Joe Gibbs addressed the 18 team last week before Phoenix. He said, you don't get these chances very, very often. Take advantage, embrace the opportunity. They got the job done in Phoenix, and here they are, competing for a championship. Adam Stevens, the crew chief, told me he is not planning to give the team any motivational speech this morning. Why? He said this team at this level, they don't need it anymore, and Kyle doesn't want it. Rick?
Cleaning up a little bit of debris on the front stretch. You saw it wasn't that long ago when the front stretch was completely covered with fans. A giant stage. Tim McGraw entertaining the fans here before the driver introductions. And now they're cleaning up that front stretch. And let's take a look at today's Sunoco fuel strategy. 267 laps, just over 400 miles. Pit road speed 45 miles per hour, and the fuel window 55 to 57 laps. Now, Steve, I will throw this to you as the crew chief. 55 to 57 laps on fuel, but the tires will wear out very quickly in a run.
The tires do wear out and the speeds slow down, the cars slide around. But if necessary, these crew chiefs and drivers will push it to the limits, trying to get all 57 or perhaps farther if they can conserve enough Sunoco fuel.
They've told them they're going to go around at least one more time, so we will take this opportunity to let you know about on NBCSN. It's Hot Pass, focusing in on the 4 championship drivers. Lee Diffie and Dale Jarrett will walk you through, and you'll be able to listen into the communication that's taking place between driver, crew chief, spotter. That all available on NBCSN right now. Field going down the backstretch. They will be coming to 1 to go. Next time by, they will be told one more time around, and we will be racing.
I thought that was a really smart move by NASCAR. There was a lot of debris on the front straightaway, and we've seen so many times a hot dog wrapper, a hamburger wrapper can get on the grill of these race cars and make the car overheat. You have to pit. So NASCAR took a couple extra laps to get all of that picked up off the racetrack. That was a smart move. With so much on the line, it would be terrible for something like that to take one of these racers that have a chance to win a championship.
NASCAR's also informed the teams will have a competition yellow at lap 25, Rick. I think that's a good decision. With all of that rain, the rubber's washed off the racetrack, and that'll allow these teams a guaranteed distance. They know they're going to run 25 laps until they have an opportunity to work on their car.
Check the tires, the tire wear. Again, progressive banking on this racetrack. Down at the bottom of the track near the apron, it's 18 degrees. In the middle, 19 degrees. Up near the wall, it's 20 degrees. So as the beginning of a run starts, those fresh tires, we'll see them running right down at the bottom of the track. But as they wear out, they'll try to get up there where there's more banking. They can lean a little bit more on this racetrack.
And with so many options available to these drivers, it's going to be really interesting to watch Kyle Busch, Jeff Gordon early in this race at the front of the pack. How aggressive are they going to be making moves through the middle, trying to get to the front to lead the race? And then Truex and Harvick, they might be 4 wide in turns 1 and 2 trying to get themselves to the front. So you have to be aggressive, but on the same time, you don't want to get yourself in danger early and take yourself out of a shot of winning a championship. But this racetrack presents that opportunity to try to pick up a lot of spots in a quick period of time.
I'll remind you, points don't matter for the championship. If one of the championship drivers gets out front, they're not going to receive a point for leading a lap. The only way you will be determined as the champion is if you finish in front of the other 3 championship competitors.
And already, because of the delay with the rain, Rick, something we're going to watch right here from the initial start is the sun going down the front stretch into turn 1. You see Kevin Harvick here on his onboard holding his left hand up, trying to block that sun from his eyes. Well, remember, it's easy to do now under pace car speed, but the next time around, he's going to have his left hand on the steering wheel, his right hand on the shifter, Jeff. He's going to have to get through this sun.
And the pep talk for the 24 team, we listened in. You can too.
All right, guys. Really appreciate all the effort on this car, man. It's got a nice piece. Let's go to work today. We know what we got to do. Focus in. Let's do our job together as a team right now. Let's do it. Poor buddy. Thanks for everything. Thanks to all you guys. Let's do this.
Business as usual for the 24 team, even though it's not usual. It's very unusual because this is the final start for Jeff Gordon. The lights are off on the pace car. The pace car will make the left turn onto pit road. Now the field in the hands of Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano. They make up row number 1. Denny Hamlin won the pole in the final race of 2015 and Jeff Gordon's final race. The green flag is in the air. Joey Logano with a great start, jumps out in front of Denny Hamlin. Gordon to the bottom of the track, trying to get by Ryan Newman. Gordon passes Newman for 4th. Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Jeff Gordon, Ryan Newman, the top 5.
And Kevin Harvick's worked his way up to 11th. Martin Truex really just couldn't get going as well as Harvick could. Had a little bit of issues in 3 and 4. Just didn't have the grip that Harvick had. Just falling back just a little bit.
Sun definitely could be an issue in the early stages of this race. A lot of teams weren't expecting the sun to be in their eyes at the start of the race. Kelly.
And this team, the 78 team, made a lot of changes overnight. Martin Truex Jr. didn't really know what to expect, and in these early laps, he just said it's very tight in the center right now. The team telling him to use that track bar to raise it up to help loosen up that car.
The the 78 did. They leaned on some of their associates at Richard Childress Racing, compared notes. They didn't like where they were on speed in practice. As Kelly said, they made major changes. I know Cole Pern had to have a little bit of nerve to try to figure out what was the best thing to do. Stick with something you practiced, even though it didn't seem to be great, or change everything and shoot for something even better. That's what they have to do, Rick. They have to go out and beat their competitors.
You'll always be able to see where the championship 4 running. That will be just below the ticker.
And you already see the two lines forming. Denny Hamlin up near the wall. Joey Logano much lower on the racetrack. It's going to be interesting to see what Joey Logano does now as Hamlin's moved up the racetrack. Joey's going to move up the racetrack and try to take his line away from him.
Hamlin all the way up against the wall, running second. Joey Logano out front.
We talked about the potential sun. Look at Denny Hamlin's very unique visor setup on his helmet. He has a visor that protects his eyes from the dust, but then he also has that sunshade just above it.
Top 2 separating themselves. Kyle Busch runs third. Kyle Busch almost a second and a half back from these two. Joey Logano, after a great start, able to get in front of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. These are the first laps that Joey Logano has led at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Logano won all 3 of the races in round 2. Swept that part of the playoffs and looked to be the favorite as he was entering round 3 of the chase. But then Martinsville taken out in an accident as the 22 out front. The final race of the season. Mike?
And Rick, as you alluded to, all that success in the playoffs for Joey Logano, many people expected him to be one of the final 4 here on championship weekend. So you can imagine the disappointment in their camp. Todd Gordon, the crew chief for Joey Logano, told me this morning that they were disappointed, but they do have new goals. And they're the same as Joey said last week after getting out of the car, being optimistic. He said, we've got one more race. We're going to go try to win that one. They feel like they've got a pretty good race car here today, although he's hitting the splitter a little bit right now, and he says it's a bit tight, but pretty happy with the way it's driving.
Joey Logano has been out front all 7 of the laps that have been run. And mentioned that an accident that took place in Martinsville. It was Matt Kenseth who took out the 22. He was suspended for the next 2 races, but back here for the season finale.
Denny Hamlin trying to work the bottom of the racetrack, trying to gain some ground. The 22 that wasn't working, so now Denny's gone all the way up against the wall, inches away from it.
Trying to find some momentum to reel in the 22. We know we've got a break coming up at lap 25. That competition caution. the ultimate pass to every moment of today's championship race with Race Buddy. Ride along with different drivers through multiple HD feeds and follow the action with a live leaderboard. Tune in at NASCAR.com/Race Buddy. Caution is out. Possible fluid on the track may have come from the 11. We saw just moments ago smoke rolling out from the back of the 11. Then the smoke subsided and wasn't as bad. Some drivers were saying they thought maybe some fluid was being put down.
You see some heavy smoke right here out of the back of the 11. Actually, some fire underneath the race car. You can see all the fire, perhaps a piece of debris or fluid. It might be fluid. The big concern at this point is this is one of our championship contenders' teammates. The 11 and the 18 are teammates. 31 up into the wall. Talk about fluid on the racetrack. Perhaps that's what Ryan Newman got into. But if you're Kyle Busch, you want to understand what's happening with that 11, Mike.
Yeah, and you guys may be onto something. Denny radioed in. He thought it was something in the back, and what his speculation was it was gear oil. So that's what he thinks anyways.
He has that assumption because of the way it smells. He can probably smell inside the car, and different fluids have different smells. So rear end grease, transmission grease, they have a different smell than other things. It was interesting though. It looked like it was almost coming out of the middle of the car, and it was a big fire. I thought that maybe something had gotten on the headers and it caught on fire, but it certainly looked like something that the fire was being generated by oil of some sort.
The exhaust works its way all the way back just in front of the right rear tire. Is there a possibility that maybe some fluid, something got onto that exhaust as we see them making their way to pit road? Dave?
Rick, they didn't want to spend a set of tires this early, but he said if we don't, we'll probably get run over. So a little adjustment for a car that was a little bit loose off. 4 tires and fuel for Kevin Harvick. Kelly?
Martin Truex Jr. raised that track bar, but by the end of that run, he said he was in a 4-wheel slide. It was right sides only for the 78.
Jeff Gordon said his car was tight entry, tight middle, a little loose on the exit. He did hit some debris off turn 4, but nothing to be concerned with. The wedge adjustment, Mike.
And Kyle Busch a little bit tight, looking for a little drive off, a 4-tire change, and an air pressure adjustment.
And before the competition caution, which will come at lap 25, they're not allowed to add fuel to the car. So it will just be adjustments and tire changes for these teams. Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway and the Ford EcoBoost 400. The 11 of Denny Hamlin has gone into the garage, and it looks as though we're going to add another lap before the green flag comes out after these pit stops. What about the strategy from the Championship 4?
Well, I like the strategy for the Championship 4. They all pitted. They all took tires. Martin Truex Jr. very aggressive with the pit call, took right side tires. I like where Cole Pern's mind is already. He's going to be aggressive, point the issue. But the big issue, Jeff, is some cars stayed on the track in front of them. They're going to be much slower on these older tires, so this restart has the opportunity to be very chaotic in 1 and 2.
Yeah, the top 4 stayed out, and now they're going to be much slower. These tires wear out very, very quickly. We've seen as much as a second fall off in only 5 laps. So these front 4 potentially are going to hold the field up. And like we talked about at the start of the race, now all these championship contenders, they have a decision to make. How aggressive can I be? I agree. I like the call from Martin Truex Jr. Remember, we have a competition caution around lap 25. NASCAR normally, if a caution comes before lap 25, like it did today, they'll extend it a few laps. We really don't know what that lap number is yet. But by putting 2 tires on, they gained a lot of spots on pit road. Question is, will it cost them now?
And it's setting a tone. Cole Pearn says, look, I know I might be the underdog, but I'm going to fight. I don't care what the other 3 contenders have done. I'm going to do what I have to do for the 78. Even this early in the race, he's already standing his ground. I think that might mean more than the amount of tires that are on the race cars, with the 78 willing to take risks.
The 2, Brad Keselowski, had too many men over the wall. They were making some repairs to that car, so they have to go to the back for this restart. And the competition caution, we're being told from NASCAR, will be on or around lap 30. So they've added 5 laps to the competition caution. Pace car back onto pit road, and the field in the hands of Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney. They make up row 1. Logano on the outside, back into the gas first. Four wide, here comes Kyle Busch in the 18. Martin Truex Jr. in the middle. Kyle Busch on the bottom. Kyle Larson on the outside. 2 championship contenders side by side. A 2-tire change for the 78 team, 4-tire change for the 18. And now the 18 shooting for the lead to the bottom of the track. Kyle Busch out front in Miami. Carl Edwards in the 19 goes to the bottom to get by Martin Truex Jr. Older tires, even though it's only 15, 16 laps on the tires of the 22, definitely not as strong as the 18 or 19 as they both get by.
You see Jeff Gordon looking underneath Martin Truex. Martin Truex only did 2 tires. They're okay. If they lose 3 or 4 spots, they're okay with that, because they're still going to pit at the competition caution further ahead than they would have if they would have done 4. So that was the gamble that Cole Pearn and the 78 took.
Jeff Gordon able to get by Martin Truex Jr. And Gordon trying to get by the 22 of Joey Logano. Let's look back on that restart, focusing in on Jeff Gordon.
This has been a weak point for Jeff Gordon and this team all year long. He's got to find a way to get better restarts. Look at the gap he's leaving in front of the car, between he and the car that's in front of him. He's going to have to be more aggressive as this race moves forward. He got a break because all these guys had 2 tires or no tires. He had 4, so it didn't hurt him. But later in the race, he is going to have to be more aggressive.
Yeah, this isn't a points battle where you're protecting a points lead. These 4 competitors are tied, Rick. Whoever outruns the other 3 is the champion. You cannot be conservative. As much as you want to protect your car, you can't be conservative. But it's no surprise to me. We see a contender, Kyle Busch, leading. We see right here Jeff Gordon in 3rd, Kevin Harvick in 4th, Martin Truex in 5th.
All 4 championship 4 running in the top 5.
Now, there is a balance. There's always a balance. How aggressive do I need to be at a certain point in the race? Jeff Gordon's smart. We have 245 laps to go. He knows he's got to be in one piece if he's going to have a chance to win this championship. It's okay to be a little safe right now, but as it moves forward, as we get closer to the end, you no longer can do it. You've got to attack.
Cautiously aggressive. Jeff Gordon, maybe not as aggressive as he needs to be later in this race as they continue to fight on the outside. Jeff Gordon trying to get back by the 4. Kevin Harvick on the bottom of the track, trying to make the pass on the 24.
hard to make this pass. The bottom, we've talked about it before the race, the bottom of the racetrack has so much less banking than the top of the racetrack. Jeff Gordon's working the top where there's more banking. Kevin Harvick's in the middle of the racetrack or toward the bottom. There's much less banking, much less grip for Kevin Harvick. So if he can overtake Jeff Gordon, he has a superior handling car because the racetrack is certainly not helping him.
They continue side by side. The 11 of Denny Hamlin has made his way back out onto the track. He was only in the garage for 3 laps, so he is 3 laps down, running 43rd. As now the 24 of Jeff Gordon goes to the bottom of the track and will chase after the 4 of Kevin Harvick.
And you see the advantage that the middle and upper lanes have over the bottom. Kevin Harvick, while he didn't get beat into the corner and actually was even a little slower through the middle, he carried that momentum on exit. As you see right here, the 24 closes in on the 4 in the middle of the corner, but running that higher line, Kevin Harvick will have much more momentum down the backstretch.
Kyle Busch out front. Has almost a 2-second lead over Carl Edwards. Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson now the top 5. Martin Truex Jr., Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jamie McMurray, Matt Kenseth, and Joey Logano in the top 10. Mike.
And you know, Rick, talking with Kyle Busch's crew chief Adam Stevens this morning, he told me he was cautiously optimistic. This is a brand new car, never been raced before, but he said assessing their practice, he said one of their best practices they've had all season long, and you can see that the proof is in the pudding. He's been out front. He expected to be a little tight early in this run, but have the balance come to him throughout this run. Dave?
Mike, in final practice yesterday, Kevin Harvick was only 26th best on single lap runs. I asked Ryan Childress this morning if there was any concern there. He said, no way, we were great in the morning. We will be good in the race. Marty?
Jeff Gordon's car a little bit too tight in the middle, a little too loose off day. This also a brand new car for Jeff Gordon. It was planned to race at Texas, but when they won at Martinsville, it allowed them to shift their car rotation because they could save this new car for this championship race. Jeff Gordon told me earlier this week, I honestly feel like it's given us a better shot to win the championship, Kelly.
78 team owner Barney Visser said when it comes to David versus Goliath, everyone wants to be David, and we're no different. The 2-tire call was to gain track position. Right now, Martin Truex Jr. is saying that he has no turn, though, in this car.
And Martin Truex Jr. has fallen out of the top 5 to 6th. Matt Kenseth trying to make the move on Martin Truex Jr. Kenseth running in the top 10. As Dale Earnhardt Jr. makes his way by on the outside.
And when you talk about tracks that like to run the high line, the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr., he loves this position right up against the wall. I'm actually a bit surprised that the 78 is a lane down off the wall. He's normally right up there with the 88.
And once again, remember the 78 was 14th before the pit stop. They did 2 tires that moved them up. Now they're racing for 7th, 8th position. So again, they're falling back in the field, but when this competition caution comes out, they're still going to be further ahead by using this strategy.
And we're expecting that competition caution to come out any lap now. NASCAR had mentioned that it would be lap 30 or around lap 30. The 18 of Kyle Busch just said he was a little bit concerned about pit road on the radio. Let's listen in.
Any help on the water in the 22 pit box? I don't really see any water in the 22 pit box. It's wet at the front seam. I believe it's wet at the front seam. I slipped through it when I exited.
So Kyle Busch already looking ahead, saying, okay, when I'm exiting my pit stall, the stall in front of us is a little bit wet. As the competition caution has now come out, race leader Kyle Busch will slow down to the pit car, or excuse me, the pace car pace, and it will be picked up in turn number 1. Everyone will line up as we get ready for another round of pit stops.
And we always talk about qualifying and pit stall selection and how important it is. Well, when I saw the 24 car, I was a little surprised. While he chose pit stall 6 because it's on a timing line, what Alan Gustafson chose not to do was take an opening in or out. That puts him between 2 cars that are on the racetrack. The 34 cars behind him, the 95 cars in front. Now, Alan's strategy is those 2 cars perhaps will be a lap down later in the race, but these early pit stops, these cars are going to be on the lead lap, and where they're running back in the pack, you see here, Jeff Gordon, this is the first pit stop of the day. They drop the left side, he goes to leave, and you see the 95. Poor Michael McDowell, he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know if he should stop, if he should go. He wants to let the 24 go, but then the 24 doesn't leave, so then he has to go, but they're losing time the whole time, Marty.
And Steve, Alan Gustafson went to the next pit box to talk to Michael McDowell's team. They've had a conversation on this set of pit stops. Michael McDowell's team will stay out to give Jeff Gordon a clear exit.
That's great work by Alan Gustafson. It's more than just race cars and teamwork. You have to look at any way you can find an advantage for your race team. If you can talk to 95 into staying out, that's an advantage for the 24.
Yeah, well, let's go to Dave.
Kevin Harvick's veteran pit crew ready now. They will give him Sunoco fuel and 4 tires. He loves the entry. He's all the way up to 3rd place, but wants help still on the exit. It's still loose off. Kelly?
Martin Truex Jr. still looking for a little bit more turn in his car. He also feels like he's on the splitter a little bit. They're going to make a chassis adjustment to help him out, and it'll be 4 tires for the 78, Marty.
Jeff Gordon said his car is a little bit too tight in the center and just won't rotate on throttle. He said, I need a little bit more. The last adjustment you gave me, 4 Goodyear tires and fresh Sunoco fuel, Mike.
Race leader Kyle Busch saying the car started off a little bit snug, but then freed up as the laps wore on. A 4-tire change at Sunoco race fuel for Kyle Busch.
And that time a clear exit for the 24 as well as the 18. Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, Jeff Gordon, the first 3 off pit road. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Harvoni. Are you ready? Progressive, comparing rates to help you save. Now that's Progressive. And by Mobil 1, the official motor oil of NASCAR. Mobil 1. RaceView Premium is free today when you visit NASCAR.com/trial. Get access to 3D virtual video, in-car audio, real-time driver stats, and advanced pit road data. Visit NASCAR.com/trial to start following your favorite driver like never before. What was wrong with the 11, Dave?
Yeah, the crew confirmed to me, Rick, that it was definitely gear oil that they were smelling and seeing on the track. And it was a fault of something called a Wiggins clamp, Steve. As you know, they're back there and they're either faulty sometimes or they don't get installed correctly.
Yeah, Dave, basically a Wiggins clamp is how you attach the hose to the rear end that pumps the fluid through to keeping the gear cool. It has just a little clasp on it. It's kind of hard to explain, but it latches together. There's sometimes you think they're latched, not completely latched, and they can pop apart and the hose comes off. The good news for the 18, though, the team end of the 11, it wasn't a parts failure. If it would have been a parts failure, I'm sure Kyle Busch's team would have a lot more concern.
Championship 4 still in the top 6. Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards making up row number 1. Kyle Busch has chose the outside line. The race leader has the option of either starting on the outside or inside. Busch on the outside, Edwards on the inside. Green flag back in the air.
Jeff, we talked about more aggressive restarts with a 24. Jeff Gordon got one there.
A great restart for Jeff Gordon. To the bottom of the track and to the front of the field. Amazing. You can hear the near 60,000 people over the roar of 43 engines, but you could hear it there when Jeff Gordon took the lead. Marty.
And Rick, what an incredible scene. Eddie DeHaan, his spotter, said the 18 spun his tires, go, go, go. And the whole team collectively gave a fist bump, and you can hear the crowd cheering Jeff Gordon in the lead at Homestead.
Here comes that 18 of Kyle Busch, still looking at the bottom of the track. Jeff Gordon's teammate. 48 of Jimmy Johnson lurking back there in third. The phrase "run where they are not" is what these drivers are going to try to do. If Jeff Gordon goes high, the person following him is going to go low. If Jeff Gordon goes low, who's ever chasing him is going to go high. A little bit slower for the 18 as the 48 has a lot of momentum. And now Jimmy Johnson challenging for second. Here comes the 4 of Kevin Harvick as well.
He's struggling right now. We saw him in the middle of 3 and 4. He lost all the momentum. He got up in the middle of the corner. It looked like he got really tight or really loose. I couldn't tell which. Got up the racetrack and all but had to stop. And 48 and the 4 went blowing by.
And here comes the 4 looking to take second away from Jimmy Johnson. Kevin Harvick makes the pass, moves up to second. Gordon and Harvick 1 and 2. Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, the top 5.
The 18 car went from leading this race, kind of dominating the race. This track is starting to change. Did they not keep up with it?
And the 5 slow on the track, bringing out the caution. Casey Kane, the yellow numbers on all of Jeff Gordon's teammates in honor of Jeff Gordon's last race. Casey Kane slow on the track.
Right rear.
And the right rear down for Casey Kane. And Denny Hamlin is going to get 1 lap back on the free pass. Let's ride along with Dale Earnhardt Jr. Take a look at what happened with Casey Kane.
You see the right rear tires flat. It's a great save by the 5 of Casey Kane. And an excellent job by Dale Earnhardt Jr. not getting to the back of him. But the big concern for the 5 is, A, that was great. They stayed out of the wall. But you see the damage to the quarter panel. The team's going to have to try to repair that, make sure the bracing is secure where they don't have another flat tire.
Yeah, that quarter panel, if it's bent like that, the car will not drive nearly as well as it could if it's fixed correctly. So they need to take their time and really fix it.
Now the big question is the decision for these teams. We've run 5 green flag laps. We saw earlier, just after a few more than this, 10 or 12 green flag laps, the teams that stayed on the racetrack went right back to the middle or the back of the field. What are these teams going to do? They have a set number of tires. Do they want to burn a set of tires after only 5 green flag laps? The leaders may or may not come, but somebody back in the pack will bring the rest of the field to pit road.
And you may have noticed that it looked as though the right rear tire was up as he was driving on to pit road for the 5 of Casey Kane. They have inner liners on tracks over a mile because of the speeds that these cars carry. They will have inner liners, which is another tire that's inside of the tire. And so when the tire blew for Casey Kane, he was able to save it and make it to pit road. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Arvoni. Are you ready? Progressive, comparing rates to help you save. Now that's Progressive. And by Mobile One, the official motor oil of NASCAR. Mobile One. And Black Friday just got darker. 2015 Discover NHL Thanksgiving Showdown is on NBC as the Rangers face off against the Bruins. Enjoy a day after Turkey Day treat. Live coverage from Boston begins at 1 p.m. Eastern. Getting ready for the restarts. Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick, 1 and 2. How about the last restart for Jeff Gordon?
Yeah, well, we talked about Jeff Gordon needing to be much more aggressive as the race led on. Well, the next restart, Jeff Gordon times this perfectly. See the 18 on the outside, spins his rear tires right there. That enables the inside line to get momentum. He gets on the inside of the 19 car, makes an aggressive move, 3 wide into 1, ends up getting the lead. That's what we need to see from Jeff Gordon. He stepped it up in 1 caution. It's hard to step it up much more than that.
It's hard to find a fault with Jeff Gordon, but a lot of people go, well, he might not be so good at restarts. Well, right there he showed he can do it.
Well, and the last several years, self-admittedly by Jeff Gordon, restarts have been an Achilles heel. That's been their problem. And it's so important to have restarts. If you give up spots on these restarts, it's very difficult to get back. And it's an opportunity. Everybody's in one spot. If you can pick up spots, this is the best time on restart.
And what I was even more impressed about was that he held the lead. The 24 car in practice didn't look like it had speed on new tires. It proved right there that if they got that track position on new tires, he could fend off the 4 and the 48 and the 18.
And remember, on this restart, Jeff Gordon's the leader. The minute he gets into the restart zone, he has the option of when he wants to leave. As long as he leaves before the end of the restart zone, he's legal.
And he chose the inside line. It's the first time the race leader has done that. Back into the gas, and he's got his teammate behind him.
Pushing him.
Jeff Gordon pushed into turn 1. Kevin Harvick on the outside. Jimmy Johnson running 3rd. Kyle Busch 4th. And now Harvick surges in front down the backstretch.
Jeff Gordon picked the inside line, gave Kevin Harvick the outside. That will set the stage for the rest of the race. Do you want the inside if you're the leader, or do you want the outside?
All the way to the top of the track goes Jeff Gordon. Here comes the 18 of Kyle Busch. Fight for second is on. Kyle Busch has the advantage. Will move right up in front of the 24. And smoking down the backstretch. A wreck on the backstretch. The 88 is involved. The 15 as well.
This 88 was one of the teams that chose to just come and get 4 tires. He was trying to use those tires, get back up through the field. They're racing 2, 3, and 4 wide down the backstretch.
And he has multiple flat tires. The right front is down, the right rear is down. The 11 is going to get the free pass, and amazingly enough, will be on the lead lap after going to the garage for 3 laps. Also involved, Eric Almirola in the 43, the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also on pit road.
It's a multi-car wreck. This is also a great example of not giving up track position. If you get in the back of the pack, anything can happen. We see big wrecks on a restart in the back of the pack, and we saw it again.
Casey Mears in the 13 also involved. Let's look back.
Yeah, the 88's really trying to push the issue on these new tires. He tries to get to the outside of Ty Dillon. You see the 15 come up, actually, and get into Ty Dillon. That causes the 15 to go around. He catches the 88 in the left rear quarter panel. Really, the first replay, I thought it was the 88 that pushed the 33, but looking at it a second time, that's not what happened. It looked like Clint Boyer got into the 33, got himself spun around, and caused the accident behind him.
Multiple cars involved, and this is the 4th caution already. 46 laps have been completed, and that was violent.
Dale Jr. there's the 15.
Inside the 15. Hey, say hi. Hold the brake. Hold the brake. Hold the brake.
None of the 4 championship 4 came to pit road as the sun sets in South Florida. Kevin Harvick out front. Welcome back to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Ford EcoBoost 400. This afternoon's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything we learned making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. I want to ride along with Clint Boyer on this wreck.
See, Clint gets up the racetrack, gets in the side of Ty Dillon, and that starts this entire wreck. But the next shot, I want you to ride on board, and I want you to listen to the engine sound.
3 wide, you're on the bottom, especially tires up top. Outside got 1. Outside got 1.
So you heard the spotter say 3 wide, you're on the bottom. That's your signal. You know you're 3 wide. You heard him in the gas, out of the gas several times. That means his car wasn't stuck in the racetrack the way he wanted it to be. He kept getting out of the gas, and he just had to keep chasing the car up the racetrack and ended up getting to the side of Ty.
And he was with Kelly moments ago.
Clint, I know this is not how you wanted to end things with Michael Waltrip Racing. What happened out there?
I don't know what the hell happened to our car. I was kind of optimistic about the race, and we made a pit stop there, and the car is just a way big handful there. And I don't know, I was coming off a 2 there, and Ty was kind of got squirrely, and I tried to stay off of him, and my car got loose, and I just couldn't catch it. It was, I don't know, we just lost the handling on our car big time there, and unfortunately ended, you know, you hate to end this way. I wanted to end, you know, on a strong note for everybody at MWR. Appreciate all their hard work and efforts, you know, all these years, but unfortunately it's over.
It's such a tough ending for Clint Boyer and his run with Michael Waltrip Racing closing the doors after this race. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson had to come on to pit road. NASCAR mandated that they come to pit road and fix the right rear quarter panel.
This has been a hot topic, Rick, since last year, that during the pit stops they don't want to see any of the team members pulling or flaring any of the fender wells. And watch the jackman, watch his right rear hip when he goes in to pull this right rear tire. As he moves towards the car, right around the S and the lows, he pushes his left rear or his right rear hip into the door, trying to cave the door in front of the quarter panel. That'll put a better shape in front of the right rear tire, creating a lot more downforce. NASCAR now has that pro camera system. They can go back and review any pit stop they want to see. They see all this dish in the right side of the 48. They go back, view the pit stops, make sure it didn't happen on the racetrack. Once they saw that it happened on pit road, they call the 48 back on pit road to make repairs. The penalty for the 48 is they lose all that track position.
And they're going to have to do, once the green flag comes out, they'll have to do a pass-through because of manipulating the body. And so that will be their penalty, on top of losing all the track position to come in and fix that body work.
These are tricks that teams used to play all the time, but now with this pro camera system that NASCAR has, you got to quit playing these tricks, because if you do, they're going to catch you.
They are focused on each pit stall. Kevin Harvick's out front, Miami. Welcome back. 52 laps into a 267 lap race. Kevin Harvick is out front. Kyle Busch running second. Jeff Gordon is third. And Martin Truex Jr. is fifth. We saw it last year. And a lot of people said, well, there's no way that those four drivers are going to end up running up front and challenging for the win. But that's exactly what's happening once again this year. As they enter the restart zone, we're back to racing. Here comes the 78, Martin Truex Jr. with a great restart. Martin restarted fifth. Now fighting for fourth. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch 1 and 2. Joey Logano is third. Carl Edwards fourth. Martin Truex Jr. fighting for that spot. As Brad Keselowski in the 2 has battled his way back up into the 6th position. Remember, Brad Keselowski was penalized on lap 15 for too many men over the wall. He restarted 37th and already has worked his way up into the top 6.
And we talked about restarts and how important they were, and how the 24 car and Jeff Gordon had not had good restarts. Restarted in 3rd position, has fallen all the way back to 8th, and it all started getting into turn 1. That's what we talked about. That's the part they've got to get fixed. You just cannot give up spots on these restarts.
And Gordon has fallen all the way back to 9th. Take another look at what happened on this most recent restart.
We laid back from the 18 and just didn't get it timed correctly. Now the 78 made the same move we saw Jeff make earlier, but when the 78 made it, it put Jeff in a position where he had a lot of cars around him at one time, and it just killed his momentum, and he lost a lot of spots between the start-finish line and the middle of turns 1 and 2. Started 3rd, and now you're running 9th.
Jamie McMurray, Matt Kenseth fighting for the 7th spot. As Kenseth up high, and here comes the 41 of Kurt Busch.
So, Rick, what you're seeing here is the 48. The 48, part of that penalty, as you mentioned, had to do a pass through down pit road under green. The field went back to green condition. He rolled down pit road, so he's actually the last car on the lead lap. He returned to the racetrack right behind the 4 of Kevin Harvick, but had really good speed, fresher tires, was able to get in front of the 4.
Dave.
Rick, our leader hasn't always known how to race this racetrack. A couple years ago, he bounced the 29 car off the wall. He said, I got to stop that. But one of the things, Steve, that he's really learned is backing up the corner. In fact, the team told me that yesterday in practice, when he did that they found out when he did it, because one run he came in and they checked the brake rotor temperature. They were 400 degrees less than they were the run before. That's how they knew he was laying off the brakes and letting the car roll in.
Yeah, looking at the RPM to try to determine how long they're in the gas down the straightaway. You said as soon as we get off the plane down here in Miami, Jeff, that this is a racetrack you have to lift early for these corners.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick taught me that. Kevin Harvick is so good about getting in these corners very easy and then going back to the throttle very, very quickly to carry all the speed from the quarter of the way around the corner all the way down these long straightaways. Kevin Harvick is really good on the high line, and a lot of that is because of his patience with the throttle on corner entry.
Kevin Harvick separated himself from Kyle Busch by a half a second. And already the different lines starting to form.
So you talked about the 41 car being in a battle with Jeff Gordon earlier. This is an example of using tires to your advantage, Steve.
Yeah, the 41 decided to pit on lap 41. They only have about 6 laps less on their tires than the leaders do. 6 green flag laps is all it takes. He restarted 30th, and he's driven all the way to the 8th position, Marty.
And on the radio earlier, Jeff Gordon said the tire fall off is amazing. As you guys mentioned, Kurt Busch, a terrific example of that. He's driven, as you said, from 30th to 8th right now, and the lap times are fairly good, and he's not very happy with the race car either. So that shows you how important tires are going to be this evening. As you mentioned, Steve, just 6 laps for these leaders on their tires, and that's the difference from 30th to 8th.
Yeah, Marty, well, unfortunately for the 24, I hear what he's saying about tire fall off, but it might be an issue more with just the 24. Maybe their setup isn't handling the tires as well, or maybe they just don't like the balance on this set of tires, because we mentioned how he didn't get going great on the restart, but he's continued to fall in. He's all the way back now to the 11th position. The problem is it's one thing to have a bad restart and fall back 2 or 3 spots inside the top 6 or 7. But if you get back here in the pack, Marty, it becomes so much harder to try to get your way back towards the front with any sort of pit strategy.
So tough, Steve, when you lose all that momentum. And in fact, under the last caution, Jeff Gordon told Alan Gustafson, "That's all I've got, guys." He said it's just cars so tight landing, it's loose off. Alan planned some pretty big changes on this stop whenever it does come, pulling a spring rubber out of the left rear to change the handling of that race car. Just way too loose off for Jeff Gordon.
Well, we have to remember, Rick, is we had that heavy rain shower before the race, cleaning the pavement. Early in the race, the 24 looked great, but as you ride along with the 24, look at the racetrack. It just has a little bit of black lines and smear where the rubber's going down on the racetrack. As that happens, the track loses grip. It seems like this change in the racetrack does not agree with the 24 car.
And that was a close call by the 31 as we see the 98, a little bit of smoke coming out from Ryan Preece.
Right rear tire down.
And so Ryan Preece going down to the next to the apron, out of the line. But we're still under green flag condition. Preece will take the access road in 3 and 4 to get back to pit road as Matt Kenseth looking to get by the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. With more on the 78, here's Kelly.
Martin Truex Jr. still doesn't quite have the handling that he's looking for in the 78. Here's what he told his crew chief, Cole Pern.
It's really weird down at the 3. Like if you told me the whole entire car was bottoming out, I would believe you. I mean, it squishes down and just slides like it's an oil 4-wheel, more loose than tight, but just drift. It's crazy.
So you can hear Martin really just looking for more overall grip. He continues to adjust the track bar inside the cockpit to try to help out that handling.
Different feels that these drivers are going through.
We keep using the word momentum, and the reason we use the word momentum because on this big racetrack with all this banking in the corners, if you don't get through the corner well, it kills your momentum. Watch the 3 cars in front of Jeff Gordon. Ryan Newman has to check up just for a moment, but that amount of checkup, having to get out of the throttle, enables Jeff Gordon to make a move. So you've got to be able to try to stay in the throttle at all times. Had Ryan Newman stayed in the throttle, a wreck would have been created, but it is a great example of the importance of momentum on this racetrack.
Kevin Harvick looking to the inside of Jamie McMurray, trying to take that spot back away. McMurray was able to get out in front of him. Gordon trying to grab the spot back. Kevin Harvick's nickname is Happy. 54 laps he led last year. He's been out front 22 already tonight. Kevin Harvick for championship 4. 71 laps into this race. When we look at the most laps led, it's Kevin Harvick, 27 and counting, presented by Sprint. Celebrate the NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship with Sprint. Switch now and save 50% on most of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit sprint.com/save 50% today. Kevin Harvick, the laps that he has led with Stewart-Haas Racing in just 72 starts, almost as many as the 466 previous starts with Richard Childress Racing. It's been an incredible run for Kevin Harvick when he moved over to Stewart-Haas Racing with Rodney Childers as his crew chief. With more, let's go to Marty.
Well, back in the field, Rick, Jeff Gordon is in 11th. He has now passed Jamie McMurray. The two had a fierce battle for about 6 laps. That battle did not make Jeff Gordon very happy. Listen to the radio.
Jeff McMurray, when I get to him, I'm punting his if he keeps spear driving me. 10-4, just keep a cool head here. Got a long way to go. I understand your frustration.
There were a couple of situations where Jeff Gordon felt like McMurray drove him a little too rough out on the racetrack and was a little too hard to get around, although Gordon felt like he had a faster car. So, Jeff, my question to you is that part frustration with how poorly Gordon's car is running and also what was going on the racetrack?
Well, I think when you're racing for a championship, I think, you know, you don't really expect people are going to give you a break, but you're hoping they're going to give you a break. And, you know, with lap 75 at 267, and you're racing for a championship and you think you're a little faster, you hope when you get to a guy, maybe he won't race you quite that hard.
And let's specifically look at the instances for Jeff Gordon, what he was mentioning with the Jamie McMurray incident.
You see the 24 on the very bottom of the racetrack, and the one car had a lot of racetrack to use, but he didn't use it. He got side by side with the 24, which pulls the air off the 24 and makes it really loose. A little bit later, the 24 caught him, and the 24 kind of, to me, this was a show of displeasure. Being this high against a race car on the outside groove, that's Jeff Gordon telling Jamie McMurray, hey, look, dude, I've had enough. Next time I get to you, without saying a word, next time I get to you, you and I are going to have a problem.
And so Jeff Gordon running 11th now and the furthest back of any of the championship 4. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch running 1st and 2nd. Martin Truex Jr. is 9th, Jeff Gordon 11th. Longest green flag run today, 23 laps.
And as you say that, Rick, we really see this 24 really all the way around the racetrack. The cars are starting to get right up against the wall like we've mentioned all weekend long. As these tires wear, there's a little more banking up at the top. That's where you're going to want to run as the 21 of Ryan Blaney continues to work a groove lower, trying to find a way past the 24. I think the 21's faster. This is part of being a young driver. Ryan Blaney going to run full time for the Wood Brothers next year in this 21 car. Part of the learning curve, figuring out a way to get around the car.
Interesting, the relationship between the two running together. Jeff Gordon over 40, running his last race. Ryan Blaney, a young driver, just 21 years old, going to be running full time in the Cup Series next year. The transition from these drivers going from the Jeff Gordon era to who will take over and who will have the next era in NASCAR.
And this is a tough spot for Ryan Blaney. You want to pass the 24. Steve just said it. It looks like the 21's a little quicker than the 24, but you do not want to be the guy that gets to the side of the 24. You got to be careful. You're racing a guy that's contending for a championship. You have to show respect. You don't want to open the paper in the morning and read, hey, Ryan Blaney took out Jeff Gordon trying to win a championship.
Green flag pit stops will be coming up here shortly. We're going to take a quick break. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch running 1 and 2 in Miami. NASCAR fans, this is your chance to celebrate the end of another outstanding race season with all the stars of NASCAR in Las Vegas during Champions Week. For more information, visit NASCAR.com/Vegas. Let's see who's on the move, brought to you by Mobile One. And we'll focus on the 11 of Denny Hamlin. At one point in time, Denny Hamlin was 3 laps down, running 43rd after a wave around and the free pass. Denny Hamlin has made up 21 positions. Stenhouse Jr., 14 spots. David Reagan, 13 spots. With more on the 11, Mike.
Well, you know, Rick, I spoke with his crew chief, Dave Rogers, this morning about the season in general. And, of course, they're a little disappointed they're not among the championship contenders today. But he took full blame. He said, look, we beat ourselves in Talladega. He said we made a mistake that led to the roof flap failure, and we need redemption today. But, of course, with the Wiggins clamp failure, well, they're back in the same boat. But they're rallying back. They at one point were down 2 laps. They've made those laps back and now are making their way toward the front, just a little bit loose on exit right now. Meanwhile, his teammate Kyle Busch is a championship contender. And as we remember a year ago, Rick, the winner of the championship needed to win the race. Now, Kyle Busch running second right now has his eyes on the leader, Kevin Harvick. Doesn't want him to get out of reach, but at the same time, he doesn't want to be bypassed for that position and lose striking distance. So his spotter, Tony Hirschman Jr., giving him play-by-play of where Joey Logano is running, making sure he knows exactly where he's coming from and where he's gaining ground.
It took a win a year ago by Kevin Harvick. He was in 2 must-win situations to end the 2014 season. At Phoenix, he had to win to advance into the championship 4. And then at Homestead, he had to beat Ryan Newman, who finished second in the last race of the season. He was able to do both. Now leading once again as we come to the season's end. Jeff Gordon, running 12th, had this to say about his car moments ago.
Man, I don't know. I'm not very good. I'm loose off the wall, real tight landing, tight on throttle, real super loose on exit.
And as you see, Jeff Gordon's running 12th, Rick. It might not be flashy, but as we watch this 24 going around here, Jeff Burton and I were just having the conversation that he's fighting. Denny Hamlin's got by him on new tires, but he's held off the 21. He's held off the 3 of Austin Dillon. It might not seem flashy for all this battle back in 12th, but that's what the 24 has to do. Give the crew chief feedback and continue to battle. Even in 12th, you have to go for every position you can get, Jeff.
Yeah, no question. You have to remain in the fight. You cannot lay down. We heard Kevin Harvick talk about it last year, that Tony Stewart told him fight all night long, no matter what. And Jeff Gordon right now continue to fight. He could have laid down a little bit and given up a spot to Dillon, Blaney, McMurray, but he didn't. It's a huge difference coming on pit road, running 12th versus running 15th. So credit Jeff Gordon for continuing the fight.
Joey Logano's been able to get by Kyle Busch for the 2nd spot now.
And Rick, what's coming? Green flag pit stops. You talk about the opportunity of making mistakes. It definitely gets amplified as we see our first championship contender make a stop. The 78's on pit road.
And Martin Truex Jr. said he was really starting to struggle with this car towards the end of the run. They were just looking for more overall grip. They talked about taking a packer out of both fronts here. They're just looking for more downforce on this car. First half of the run needs to be stronger. They felt like their times leveled out in the second half of that run. They just need to have better takeoff speed for the 78. 4 tires and Sunoco fuel as well for Martin Truex Jr.
And more cars on their way in. The 18 of Kyle Busch also making his way to his pit stall. Mike.
And Kyle Busch, Rick, is saying he's been a little bit tight, a little bit edgy on the gas. We're planning a 4-tire stop and an air pressure adjustment. The team, which has predominantly been with Kyle Busch since 2008, some in the Xfinity Series, some in the Cup Series, know exactly what they're doing here. 4-tire change, left sides now, as they complete their service. Really quick, he's away.
Since the 4 car was last on pit road on lap 32, he grabbed the lead. He's held on to it. This run, he said the front needs to turn a little bit better on entry. I'm still too loose off at the corner. So the Goodyear tires going on have an air pressure adjustment. He'll get a full load of Sunoco fuel, and he leaves pit road.
And riding along with Jeff Gordon as he's making his way to his pit stall.
Rick, we heard the comments from Jeff Gordon, and they said the car's just not very good right now. It's too tight, too loose off, too tight into the corner. They're going to pull the spring rubber out of the left rear. It's going to take a little bit more time. Tape on the grill, wedge in. You see the tape going on right now, and the 4 fresh Goodyear tires. See if all those changes help Jeff Gordon or not.
An impressive stop for the 24 team as they come out just behind the 21 of Ryan Blaney, making those changes, having to pull things out of that left rear.
Yeah, that was a very efficient stop to remove his spring rubber. My concern is that the 24 was the last of our championship contenders to come to pit road. With new tires being worth so much here at Homestead-Miami, you have to be careful. 1 extra lap could be 2, 2.5, up to 3 seconds on the racetrack.
As they're cycling through the green flag pit stops, Joey Logano scored as the race leader in front of Kyle Busch. Alex Bowman, who still has not come to pit road, running 3rd. Kevin Harvick 4th. When Kyle Busch came to pit road in front of Kevin Harvick, that gave him an opportunity to take away that spot on the track. So Logano's out front, Kyle Busch running 2nd, Harvick's 2 spots back.
And that's really 1 lap. Kyle Busch came to pit road on lap 90. Kevin Harvick came to pit road at lap 91. Kyle was about a 1.5 seconds back. You lose much more than a 2.5 seconds. These cars are running 2, 2.5, up to 3 seconds off at the end of a fuel run. 1 lap, 3 seconds, Kyle Busch ends up the leader.
Joey Logano is front of the field, but it's Kyle Busch leading the championship 4. From a producer of The Office comes the new comedy Superstore. You've shopped there, maybe you've even worked there. Superstore. Special preview on Monday, November 30th after The Voice on NBC. for championship contenders. Kyle Busch runs second. Kevin Harvick is third. Martin Truex Jr. ninth, outside the top 10. Jeff Gordon running 13th. Dave, what's happening with Kevin Harvick?
He lost a couple of positions, Rick, for something that wasn't working, but it's not on his race car. Listen.
Hey, Jimmy, we got to pick a new spot. My caution light is dead. I was way too slow because I couldn't see the light. It's out.
Whatever mark he used to turn on to pit road is no longer there. Jeff, I think you've been on the track in your Toyota Camry this weekend. Getting on pit road here is tough anyway, and if your mark goes away, like perhaps not a lit light, that's a big deal.
That is a huge deal. All these drivers practice getting on pit road on Friday and Saturday. You pick something on the racetrack where you know you can drive as hard as you can. When you get to that point, you start to brake to get on pit road. This light is out, so Kevin Harvick could not see it. So he didn't know where to go. So we documented that he lost a spot or 2 spots on pit road. That was because he did pitting a little bit later, but also he did not get onto pit road as fast as he could have because he could not find that light.
Here was more communication from the 4 team.
Think I know what to do on that pit road markers. Just talking, start talking him all the way through, and I'll just tell him because there really ain't nothing to mark him by. Yeah, 10-4.
So now the spotter has got to find that light. He's got to find that light, and they've got to find a way to communicate. He's got to say 10 car lengths, 5 car lengths, you're there, and then Harvick's got to trust him if he wants to max out his entry pit road speed, and that's so important under these green flag stops. But that's going to take a lot of trust, and you could make a mistake. If you do it wrong, you're going to go too fast on pit road, and you're going to get caught speeding, and you're going to have a penalty. So it's going to be interesting to see how this team works with this issue.
With more on the 24, let's go to Marty.
Rick, Jeff Gordon back in 13th, and part of the handling woes, especially at the end of the run, may have been the fact that the right rear tire for Jeff Gordon was going down towards the end of that run. Alan Gustafson just told him on the radio that the right rear had started to go down. Jeff radioed them and said, yep, I felt that a couple of laps before we came in. Steve, how much can that change the changes they made on the car and affect it on this run as well?
Marty, that's the absolute biggest concern for Alan Gustafson right now is how long was that right rear tire going down? Is that what we adjusted for? Did we pull that left rear spring rubber under green when really we needed it in the race car? This is very difficult for a crew chief and a driver. You're trying to work on your race car with all known variables. As soon as you have a tire going down you don't know about, you can't take those chassis changes back. You're committed, especially pulling a spring rubber. It's out of the spring. There perhaps is another one there you could push in, but that's just going to take more time on the next pit stop.
And when you're making these changes throughout the race, Steve, you're learning. You're making a change, and you say, okay, here's what it did to the car. You scrap this. You learn absolutely nothing by making this change, which means the next stop, you're just trying to get back to a center. And then the next stop is when you'll start to learn. So it hurts you right now, but it also has an effect on you later in the race. You were given up an opportunity to learn something about what makes your race car better.
That's why practice is so important for these teams, because they try to get as close to perfectly balanced as they can, but then still build in the adjustability to the cars.
Yeah, and that adjustability, Alan Gustafson pulled a spring rubber. All that is a tuning tool. It's physically a piece of rubber material that goes in the coils of a spring. You've seen the spring in your ballpoint pen. As you compress it, it compresses. Those are in the back of this race car. As they compress, they have a certain rate. You put a little piece of rubber in there, makes that spring harder to compress. Alan Gustafson pulled it out of the left rear spring, trying to make that spring softer to get that 24 car to turn the middle of the corner.
Now let's go to Kelly.
Well, the 78 team of Martin Truex Jr. took Packers out of both fronts on that car on that last pit stop as well, but Martin Truex still just not happy. He said he's sliding everywhere, can't find anything. He said, I feel like I need to carry momentum to be fast, but I just can't. He's been lowering the track bar, looking for more grip.
Past 100 laps completes in this race with 160 to go, and Martin Truex Jr. right in the middle of the championship hunt with Kyle Busch running second, Kevin Harvick third, but Truex down there in ninth.
And one thing Kelly just mentioned is a word that is so hard to find: grip. It's easy for a crew chief to make a car tighter. It's easier to make a car looser. It is very difficult when you just lack grip. When you can't tell your crew chief, if you make me tighter, I'll go faster. If you make me looser, I'll go faster. You know how it is, Jeff. Sometimes the car in front of you is faster. You just don't, it's not a handling thing. You just don't have that speed. You don't have that grip.
And pulling Packers out of both fronts under a green flag stop that is not a good sign that your car is where you need it to be. That's a lengthy change. That's not something you want to have to do under a green flag stop.
One car that seems to be dialed in is the one out front, Joey Logano. Won 6 races in 2015. Would like to end on a high note. He's out front of the championship 4. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by the new 2016 Ford Escape. Be unstoppable. Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And by Diet Mountain Dew. Do the do. 51 came onto pit road moments ago. That's Justin Allgaier behind the wheel. Smoke rolling out the back and a lot of damage on the right side of that car.
See the right rear tire is flat. He also has significant damage on the right side, but I think he had to pit. I think he got in the wall earlier, but the right rear tire, something cut the right rear tire.
And running right up against the wall. Let's go through the field. We'll start with Mike Massaro.
And talking with Joey Logano's crew chief this morning, he said the practice plan was to try to make his car as versatile as possible. Now, conventionary wisdom says run up toward the wall. That's where the most grip is. That's where the speed is. But Todd Gordon wanted this car to be able to run the middle and the bottom. Joey Logano's been able to do that throughout the course of the day as he ducks down underneath the car towards the apron here, showing he can run that line. He's been saying he's a little bit snug, but otherwise pretty good. Meanwhile, championship contender Kyle Busch told me after winning the Brickyard earlier this summer, completing a 3-race stretch, and once he won 3 in a row, he said he's never been this confident. He said maybe the only other time was 2008 when he won 8 races in a row. He felt that time in August he could compete for this championship, and proving it again here, Dave.
Because he had to be conservative on that last entry to pit road, Kevin Harvick lost not only the lead, but he lost the championship position. And right now, the 4 car is not handling well. He's losing the front all the way through the center, and he's loose off. Marty?
Dave Carl Edwards having a strong effort here in Miami, running in 4th right now. You know, he was the first man to miss the championship 4 by just 5 points after Phoenix. I talked to him before the race. I said, are you over that? He said, sort of, not really, but I would love to have been competing in that Final 4 here, Kelly.
Kyle Larson won the Xfinity Series race last night. He said, it's pretty cool that I got a win on Jeff Gordon's last weekend. He started 23rd, gained track position by staying out under caution, but he got into the wall a few laps ago, and now he said the 42 is getting tight, Dave.
The 2 of Brad Keselowski recovering from a penalty earlier. Right now is 2 loose on the entry and 2 loose off, so that car not handling well for him. Behind him, the 20 of Matt Kenseth. Welcome back. He is back from a 2-race suspension, and his team said very glad to have him. They knew Matt wouldn't forget how to be fast. He's running in the top 10 here, Marty.
David, after that press and run up through the field for Kurt Busch earlier, he settled in right about the 8th position right here. The car a little bit too tight in the middle of the corner. I asked Tony Gibson, his crew chief, to assess the season for the team. He said, considering Kurt missed 3 races at the beginning of the year and we almost made the Final 4, I'm really happy, Kelly.
When asked who his favorite driver as a kid was, Martin Truex Jr. said Dale Earnhardt, hands down. Well, he could become the first single-car team to win a Sprint Cup championship since Earnhardt did it back in 1994 with Richard Childress Racing. They've been struggling to find the handling on this car, but moments ago, Martin said, simply, it's better. Mike?
Kelly, what a recovery it has been for the 11 team and Denny Hamlin. After having a problem that put them in the garage for a couple of laps, they've recovered and are now running inside the top 10, believe it or not. He feels like he's got a very fast and balanced race car right now, Marty.
Last year in Miami, Ryan Newman, Mike, came here with a shot to win the championship. Tonight, he does not have that shot. Same as the last 2 runs for that 31 car of Ryan Newman. 2 tight in the middle, 2 loose off the corner. They just cannot get that out of the race car for that 31 team. For Jeff Gordon, championship contender today, he just told the team a moment ago, it just does not feel good, I can tell you that. Alan Gustin came back on the radio, said your times are as good as a 4. I know you're not happy with it, but hang in there. He said, you're right. It feels terrible right now with the way we're handling. How about the run for Ryan Blaney? We mentioned a moment ago they'll be full-time in 2016 in this 21 car. He told me earlier today, I love that. He said the toughest part about this year is running part-time because we don't get that regular rhythm. It's going to be nice to have that in 2016, Dave.
Jamie McMurray qualified 22nd, Marty, but that wasn't indicative of the speed in the race car. Since the start of the race, he's moved forward, running the top 15 for most of the evening, and on that last stop, he was just a little bit tight in the middle, loose off. Kelly?
Trevor Bayne in the 16, looking for a bright spot this season, and it might come right here in the finale. They gained a lot of track position by staying out under a caution right now. Trevor's saying that he's a little bit tighter starting this run, hoping to get better, Dave.
Austin Dillon may have had the most fun of any driver in the last run. He went from 25th to 13th, past 12 cars, and the car was just a little bit loose when he came to pit road for adjustments, Mike.
A.J. Allmendinger running 17th, although he has said he's not been able to run the top line the whole race, and the balance of the car has been swinging from tight to loose, and it's a little bit on edge, having difficulty getting back to the throttle, Kelly.
Craig Biffle once won 3 straight races here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It has not been the season they were hoping for as he missed the chase, but I spoke with him moments before the start of this one. He said he was really looking forward to 2016, Mike.
Jimmy Johnson sitting on win number 75 after his Texas victory, but has certainly had some momentum after leading several laps last week in Phoenix. Just 1 win shy of tying a record set by Dale Earnhardt with 76 wins. He's trying to recover from a penalty earlier in the race, right now running 19th. Rick?
Those are all of the lead lap cars, and he's about to go a lap down. Great job through the field there, brought to us by Nationwide. Joey Logano closing in on the back bumper of Jimmy Johnson. Logano, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, the top 3. Kyle Busch 1.6 seconds behind Logano, but he's out in front of the championship 4. Kyle Busch leading the championship in the final race. A reminder, fans, Sprint can save you 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. No gimmicks, no tricks, no catch. Joey Logano in front of Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, and Kevin Harvick running fourth.
And Kevin Harvick's been in a tough battle with Carl Edwards, trying to keep Carl behind him. And Kyle Larson has got the outside working now. He had a great run through the middle in 3 and 4, made it 3 wide, getting into turn 1. Clears both Carl and Kevin right in the middle, 1 and 2. This is when we think Kyle Larson should start to shine. We keep waiting for it to happen because we know how good he is running right around the top. Tires are worn out. This is when we think Kyle can start making a drive to the front.
Longest green flag run now, 77 laps. Kyle Larson was last on pit road on lap 90. 92 for Larson, 90 for Joey Logano. Gone almost 40 laps now since they were on pit road. In Harvick back in the 4th spot. Dave?
Rick, remember, he lost the lead because he couldn't get aggressively to pit road, and they worked on his race car. This was the result. He just radioed the team and said it's like the gas pedal is ice. Rodney radioed back to him and said, I think I screwed up on air pressure. They're waiting for the next stop to make the 4-car better.
And they're closing in on that stop. Again, the pit window anywhere from 55 to 57 laps. And as you both have mentioned, the fall off of the tires is so severe. Would we see Jeff Gordon coming to pit road maybe a lap or 2 before that window opens up for him?
This is going to be the tough decision for these championship crew chiefs because coming to pit road early is a risk versus reward battle. You definitely want to come in, get adjustments, get fresh tires, but one ill-timed caution could change the whole course of the day. If I'm the 24 car, I'm scanning Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex. When I hear either of those 3 pit, I pit the same lap. Not a lap after, the same lap.
Marty.
Rick, a moment ago, Jeff Gordon was running 13th, and remember we told you his car was, quote, terrible. Well, now things are looking a little more positive on the 2014. Here was Jeff on the radio a moment ago.
I found a little stuff in here, needs better drive off. Yeah, you found a lot. You're doing awesome.
And Jeff, it's amazing. Even a guy who's won 93 races and all the championships Jeff Gordon has won, you're constantly learning as a race car driver, aren't you?
Every single lap you have to max out the potential of your race car, which means you have to be constantly looking for places to put your race car. How far do you drive in the corner? When do you get in the throttle? Where is your car the best? And that changes as your car changes. Jeff Gordon's lap times are not bad right now. They're about a 5th, 6th place car. So he has found a way to take the car that he isn't exactly happy with, put it in a position that he wants it to be in, and drive it the way it needs to be driven and find some lap time.
Slow on the racetrack, the 10 of Danica Patrick making her way onto pit road. Danica Patrick's last run with GoDaddy as the sponsor.
Well, as these tires get old, one car that has found a ton of speed is the 42 of Kyle Larson. You're not going to hear this said very much in a 1.5 mile track, but he is up to a 1/2 second faster than the leaders. 0.5 of a second each lap. He has gone from almost an 8-second gap to the lead of Joey Logano. In just 4 or 5 laps has cut that down to 5 seconds.
We saw this in yesterday's Xfinity race. He won this race with about 7 to go. He was probably 30 car lengths behind Austin Dillon. We said, hey, this race is over. Austin's going to drive away. He found a way to go to the top of the racetrack, and he mowed him down. Caught him in about 3 laps, and that's what he's doing right now. He is exceptionally fast.
Joey Logano has led the most laps, 63 now, as we've passed the halfway point. Look at the last lap times. The speeds. Logano out in front, turning the fastest lap. Kyle Larson, 2nd fastest. Matt Kenseth, 3rd fastest.
Kyle Larson's lap, that was in traffic. He had a car in front of him, slowed his momentum down. So even in traffic, he was still able to be 2nd fastest.
Coming up on Greg Biffle. Now only 17 cars on the lead lap. Jimmy Johnson has gone down a lap. Brad Keselowski is running in the 17th position. And some green flag pit stops are taking place. One of those is the 2 of Brad Keselowski, was just on pit road.
And that's what happens. As soon as the first car decides it's time to come to pit road, you see Martin Truex Jr. All right, I'm going to come early, get those new tires, try to get an advantage, Kelly.
Because he's still struggling to get the handling on the 78 car. He said he was loose getting into the corner, but then tight on load up. They're going to take more Packer out of the front of this car. Martin said he could drive it at about 98% and get a decent lap. You see it's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires, and you see the flames go up there as they were fueling the car. And those flames continue to burn as the 78 drives off.
And a little bit of fuel still on that opening as we go down to Dave.
Spotter Tim Fedewa talked him all the way around the corner, helped him be aggressively onto pit road. He'll get a 4-tire change and also an air pressure adjustment of those Goodyear tires back to what he had before, full of Sunoco fuel.
An interesting call by Alan Gustafson. Jeff Gordon was going to pit in 5 laps. As soon as the 78 and the 4 pitted, they called the 24 to pit road. We talked about them pitting late in the cycle earlier. They pit early in the cycle this time. It's going to be 4 tires for Jeff Gordon after he found a little something. We heard that. And also fuel for Jeff Gordon. The only adjustment this time, air pressure and tape on the nose. That's it. You see the 4 tires going on. The tape on the nose going on. 12.3 on the stop for Jeff Gordon.
4 tires, 18 gallons of fuel in 12 seconds. Very impressive once again. And the 18 of Kyle Busch now on pit road as well. Kyle was scored the race leader as these green flag pit stops continue to cycle through. Kyle headed toward Mike Massaro.
And Rick, Kyle's been real happy with the race car. The only thing he has said so far is that he's searching for rear grip. We're going to pay real close attention to this pit stop because all night long, they've not touched the chassis once. Only air pressure adjustment. They go to work on the right side there. They've had clean stops throughout the night. They do have the wrench this time. It goes in the left side, a left side wedge adjustment. It would appear being planned, and now the wrench gets turned. A good stop for the 18, Kelly.
Mike, you saw that fire on the 78 car, Martin Truex Jr., as they were refueling, and the gas man had to back away. Well, just moments ago, Cole Pern saying we're probably not going to be full here, so if this race continues to go green, it could force their hands to pit earlier than they would have won.
Unfortunate for the 78 team. Again,
you see right here, there's a little bit of spill from the first can, and the sparks from the lug nut is normally what happens. So as he starts hitting lug nuts to remove the left rear tire, the sparks from that lug nut ignite the fuel that was on the ground. You see right here, it starts on the ground, goes up towards the car. The fuel man does absolutely the wise thing, backs away, does his only option at this point. A very scary situation. Luckily the fire wasn't bigger, but the big concern now that everyone's safe is the fuel they were able to get in the 78 car. How much was it? They're going to have to go into the calculations to try to figure out a number.
Here was the communications on the radio after that fire.
Oh, it's a fire there, huh? Should find that. Probably not going to be full here.
Those two guys don't get too animated about much. Had some fire. Yep, we're probably not full.
There was an extra man that jumped over the wall for the 18 team to take the tear off of the windshield. NASCAR will approve that. They'll ask if they can have an extra person to service either the windshield or the driver, and NASCAR would approve that. He didn't do any adjustments to the car, just took that tear off the windshield.
Yeah, another smart move by the fuel man on the 78 was he turned the fuel can up rather than turning it down, so the fuel ran down rather than coming back out. But you watch the 78 here getting on the outside of the 46. 46 got way up the racetrack, almost got into the side of 78. Watch it right here. Very close call.
Yeah, Rick, one thing they've changed this year is you're allowed to have that extra fuel or that extra crew member to service the driver at any point during this season.
Carl Edwards is out in front. Kyle Busch leading the championship 4. We look at Kyle Busch's best finish in the points, 4th back in 2013, presented by Sprint. And right now, he is running out front of the championship 4 in position to win the title. Celebrate the NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship with Sprint. Switch now and save 50% on most of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit sprint.com/save 50% today, as the caution has now come out for the 5th time. Debris on the backstretch after green flag pit stop cycled through. Joey Logano was back out front, but you see the debris right up against the wall.
Huge break for the 78. Remember, Rick, we didn't think that car was full of fuel. He needed a caution before the last green or the next green flag pit stop. So this caution is a big break for them. You saw the 88 involved in an accident earlier. It's hard to make these repairs. You're going to see this is a big piece of debris that blows off the right rear quarter panel of the 88.
Bounces off Tony Stewart's car, and right there in the groove. Martin Truex Jr., you mentioned the issues on pit road. He has had numerous issues over the past few races. This is Charlotte.
Yeah, Jeff, you've been very vocal about the 78 pit crew being a concern of yours coming in here, and I agree. The fuel can barely slides forward and goes just to the yellow line, almost out of the pit box, which would have been a penalty.
Yeah, that was a lucky break. Then at Kansas, see the tire rolling, uncontrolled tire. That was a penalty. Then at Talladega, more issues again. You see the tire that circled.
And remember, the problem with this pit stop is he lost the draft because of it. That was under green. And then tonight here in the season finale, a spark catches the fuel on fire. They don't get the car full. Luckily, it looks like they're going to get away with this issue because this caution saved them from having to pit in extra time.
Yeah, the poor pit stops put these guys in position several times where they had to really dig to be able to move into this last championship round, and you cannot have those mistakes at this point.
Especially as we come to the season finale. Martin Truex Jr. has been so strong, especially to start the 2015 season. They've got the win at Pocono, as we are seeing Logano, Kyle Busch, Keselowski, all the lead lap cars on pit road, Dave.
Including 5th place Kevin Harvick. He said it was better that run, especially managing the top, but still a little loose. Quarter round of wedge out of the right rear, 4 tires and fuel, Kelly.
So it's just the caution that the 78 team needed. They've been making big adjustments, and that time Martin said it took off all right. We'll see how it goes from here. You see it's going to be a 4-tire change at Sunoco Field for the 78, Marty.
Jeff Gordon said the car took off better, but I'm still just so loose on exit half round of the right rear and wedge. That should tighten up that 24 car and 4 fresh green tires, Mike.
Now Busch real happy with the balance of the race car. Said it took off really good. A 4-tire change, no adjustments.
Race off pit road, top 3 positions stay the same. Kevin Harvick gained a spot. Kyle Larson lost one. Denny Hamlin also gaining spots. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Bank of America. Life's better when we're connected. Here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, Bank of America provided a unique experience for veterans at the track with a meet and greet with Hendrick Motorsports driver Casey Kane. The NASCAR Troops at the Track program presented by Bank of America has provided thousands of troops with VIP experiences since its inception. Great opportunity that is for our servicemen and women, and great for Casey Kane to spend that time with them. Welcome back to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Ford EcoBoost 400. Homestead-Miami Speedway. After a delay of a little over an hour and 20 minutes, we have completed 153 of the 267 laps. Mike.
Well, Rick, in the midst of a championship battle, every detail is critical. So you can imagine the frustration of Adam Stevens knowing that he's having difficulty understanding his driver over the radio.
Wait till you get to the front stretch. I can't hear a thing with these stupid radios. I took off really good, but I was at 3.7, my end track bar. And then as I went, after I crashed, I was I gotta put that.
So as you can hear, there's static. It's breaking up. Adam followed up that conversation by just simply saying, all right, just tell me, are you loose or are you tight? And he didn't even get an answer on that last pit stop. They didn't make any adjustments consequently. But Steve, you've been a guy up on that box. You could probably tell us just how frustrating that can be.
Well, it's very frustrating because you know you're not going to give your driver the best performance from a crew chief standpoint. You can't make the car better. You can't make the right adjustments.
Coming up to the restart zone, Carl Edwards stayed out. Joey Logano will be on the inside as they're in the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Three wide for the lead. Here comes Kyle Busch. Caution also a lucky break for the 48 team of Jimmy Johnson. They were able to stay on the lead lap.
Tell the 19 car on the bottom of the racetrack, he's so much slower than everybody else because he didn't pit, and he really bottled up Martin Truex Jr. He lost a lot of spots because of that.
Martin Truex Jr. was running 12th, now 11th, as he's been able to get by Carl Edwards as Edwards continues to drop like a rock. Edwards all the way back to 12th after starting up front. Kevin Harvick taking second away from Brad Keselowski.
Amazing to me how you tell these teams if you win this race you're going to win a championship, and they find a way to raise their stake. I mean, they find a way to be better. It's just amazing to me. I always thought I'm doing the most I can do. I can't do anything else, but this is proven to me when there's more on the line, the drivers, the teams, everybody tries to find, and they do find a better way of doing things. Two of our championship contenders running first and second.
Yeah, Jeff, you mentioned that 19 chose to stay out with only 5 or 6 laps on his tires, but the tires are worth so much here. He instantly falls back in the pack on that last restart. And we talk about our championship contenders, how they're on the racetrack with every other car, the 78 of Martin Truex, here on the inside of Jimmy Johnson, trying to carry momentum down into turn 1. On new tires, the bottom is the preferred lane. Well, the 19 chooses to go here. You see the 78, give him a little shot, but he has to get the 78 has to get out of the gas, hurts his momentum. He loses a spot to the 48 and the 24, his championship or championship contender with Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon just in front of Martin Truex Jr. Again, Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick running 1 and 2, the other 2 championship Ford contenders. And Jeff, you made a great point there. How they're able to raise their level of competition when we come to the last race back in 2011. I was amazed at how Tony Stewart and Carl Edwards battled lap after lap after lap. Tony Stewart leading the race, Carl Edwards running second. At the end of that race, they were tied in points as we see Martin Truex Jr. making the pass on Jeff Gordon. And Gordon fighting back on the outside. Marty.
think it's impressive, Rick, what Jeff Gordon is doing with that race car. He just said a couple laps into this run, I am absolutely wrecking from the middle of the corner off. Steve, you know, as a crew chief, part of your job is psychologist, right? So Alan Gustafson on the radio just convincing Jeff Gordon survived the early part of this run, because late in the run, that 24 car is pretty good.
Marty, you have to be a psychologist because you have all the information. You have timing and scoring. You have the information from all the other race cars. All Jeff Gordon has is the information out his windshield and in his mirror. He only knows how his car is driving compared to the cars around it. You know how his lap times truly compare to the leader.
And they continue to race for position. Fighting for that 10th spot. Jeff Gordon has it. Martin Truex Jr. trying to take it away on the bottom of the track. One point earlier in the race, all four of the championship four in the top 5. Now these two trying to stay in the top 10 as Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick continue to run 1 and 2. Kyle Busch has now led.
I can't answer that. He's still there.
You heard Martin Truex. Why is he running me so tight? A couple laps ago, the 24 chose to be right on the right side door of the 78. We heard Jeff Gordon get upset with Jamie McMurray early on the race for that. He's using that now to try to hold the 78 up.
Kyle Busch has led 25 laps of the race, but he's been in front of his other competitors for 100 laps tonight. Tomorrow, Dan Patrick will talk with the Sprint Cup Series champion. You don't want to miss the Dan Patrick Show. Weekday mornings, 9 to noon on NBCSN. Caution is out for the 6th time. It was Josh Wise who brought the caution out as they have damage to the right side of that car. Look back at the replay.
32 has already made contact with the wall. Very hard contact. See how much the tires are rubbing the fenders. The entire right side of the car has been flattened out, so very hard contact.
Fresh tires and a little bit of body work, and they'll send Josh Wise back out to the track. They were last on pit road on lap 151. You both have talked about how important tires are. Is 16 laps enough tires that everyone comes in for 4 tires?
Absolutely. Everyone. Easy decision.
We even agreed.
That's maybe the second time this year. I'm glad that it's happening. And Kyle Busch in front of Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, and it's Busch that leads them onto pit road, Dave.
Third place, Kevin Harvick said that run, it was terrible. It won't turn, it has no rear grip on exit, so it'll be a wedge adjustment on both sides. Phillips Sunoco fuel and Ford tires, Cal.
Martin Truex Jr. a little looser and could use some more drive off. It's going to be 2 tires right side only for the 78, Marty.
Jeff Gordon said, honestly, I don't know how we're going to work on this car. It's so loose to the start, and then it swings tight so quickly. They debated on pulling the spring rubber and decided against that, Mike.
Adam Stevens has called for only 2 chassis adjustments all night long. They've been the same ones. Working on the left side wedge adjustment, a 4-tire change in fuel for Kyle Busch.
And the race off pit road is Martin Truex Jr. He tries the 2-tire stop once again. Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, the next championship 4 contenders as we go NASCAR nonstop.
Welcome back to Miami, here with Cole Pern, crew chief on the 78. You made the second decision for 2 tires only. Why now?
We were just kind of meddling around there, not really going anywhere, and it's kind of hard to pass and slick. So thought we'd take a stab at it, maybe get another 10-lap run or something like that. We can jump 5-6 spots if we can hold on here. So really just trying to do something to gain some track position.
All right, we'll see what this car can do now in clean air, Rick.
Thanks, Kelly. I want to take a look at tonight's Mobil 1 performance factors, and it has to be willing to gamble.
We saw it early in the race. Cole Pern and Martin Truex Jr. decided to take 2 tires. They do it again here, Jeff. I love the gamble. They're here to win a championship. They won't do that from 10th.
They have to find a way to get themselves to the front, and I love the fact that crew chief and the driver, they're in on this thing together. Truex likes the call that Pern made. He's going to go drive the car the best he can. They're going to do it. They're either going to win it or lose it, but they're going to do it together.
Martin Truex Jr. just changing 2 tires. Brad Keselowski will be on the inside. Truex Jr. choosing the outside line behind him. Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick. 3 of the championship 4 in the top 4. Back in the restart zone. Back under green. Two by 2 as they enter 1 and 2. Keselowski out front. How long can Martin Truex Jr. hang on to this position? Kyle Busch looked high, then ducked low, trying to take second away from Truex as they go into 1.
And remember Cole Pern's theory here. He just needs a short run, 5 or 6 laps, just long enough that everybody thinks they need to cut for tires. He was running 10th. If he can just fall back to 5th or 6th before the caution comes out, this will be a positive gain for the 78.
And what does this do to Jeff Gordon? Jeff Gordon is back running in 11th. He's watching the 3 guys that he's racing fight amongst themselves, but Jeff has not found a way to get into the fight. Can they answer and get back up?
Kyle Busch once again in front of his competition. Busch running second to the field, but in front of the other 3 championship 4. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Kevin Harvick. Will it level out for Martin Truex Jr.? Can he hang on to 3rd, even with just 2 new tires?
Martin had a big wiggle in the middle of 3 and 4, had to chase the car off the racetrack, lost his momentum. Now the 4 of Kevin Harvick's making a move.
Harvick trying to take 3rd away. He gets 3rd, and now we'll set his sights back on Kyle Busch.
Much like we talked about Jeff Gordon early in the race when his car wasn't driving the way he wanted to. He dug in. He found a way to hold spots. That's what Martin Truex has got to do right now. He is at a disadvantage, no doubt, with these tires. But as Steve just explained, if he can stay 6th, 7th, 8th, it's still a gain for Martin Truex and his team.
This is what the 78 wants to see as well. He wants to see the 2 cars in his mirror battle. I thought the 22 and the 41 would get side by side. They didn't, although the 78 continues to hold his own pretty well for the older left side tires. I think as we get longer into the run, Jeff, the tires will equalize a little bit more and his disadvantage will somewhat go away.
Well, I think as it starts to wear out and as he has to move up the racetrack, then that is an advantage for Martin Truex Jr. as well. He loves running right up against the wall. Like we talked about Kyle Larson early in the race, Martin Truex Jr. is very much the same. They really enjoy running the very, very, very high line.
91 laps to go. To determine a champion, Kurt Busch has been able to get by Martin Truex Jr. Now Joey Logano also working the inside line. Logano taking advantage of the shorter way around the track, and he will get in front of the 78. Slide up in front of Martin Truex Jr. Brad Keselowski, Logano's teammate, out in front. Kyle Busch running 2nd. Kevin Harvick is 3rd.
And now that we're 6 laps into the run, you're going to start to see the risk of this call, Rick, as the 78 falls back to 6th, looking at 7th. He's still okay, but if this run does go green, this 78 will have to make a decision because they will continue to lose time. He'll have to perhaps short pit, come maybe 5 or 10 laps before he needs fuel.
Even if that happens, though, Steve, they had to do something. They haven't
shown
the
call.
speed. They have not shown the speed to win a championship. So you have to do something. You have to get off sequence, do something different to try to steal some track position. Then maybe you do get the magic chassis adjustment. Maybe you do something with air pressure where you can run against Kevin Harvick and run against Kyle Busch. But you first have to get there.
The most important thing to being a good crew chief is you have to be honest with yourself, honest with your driver, assess the situation. This 78 has yet to show the speed to beat the 18 in the 4. So how are they going to do it? This was a chassis call.
Still out front of the field is Brad Keselowski. Kyle Busch running second. Kevin Harvick in third. A reminder, Football Night in America is still to come on NBC. We stay here with racing. 88 laps to go. The championship 4. Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, Truex Jr., Jeff Gordon in his final race in the Sprint Cup Series, running for a title. Whichever one of the 4 finishes in front of the others will be the 2015 Sprint Cup Series champion. Right now the advantage is going to Kyle Busch. He's been in front of the other 3 over 100 laps already tonight. Brad Keselowski, the race leader. With the most recent caution, Brad Keselowski was able to come to pit road, get 4 tires. Those 4 fresh tires enabled him to take the lead. Martin Truex Jr., who tried strategy to stay up front, changing just 2 tires, has fallen back now. Truex Jr. back to 7th.
Yeah, and as we watch Martin Truex Jr. battle on those 2 tires in 7th, trying to hold off, as we look towards the front of the pack, Kyle Busch running 2nd, Kevin Harvick running 3rd, running very different lines. The 18 trying to protect his position. The 4 of Kevin Harvick has found some speed. He's only about 2 car lengths behind, right up to the 18's bumper here in the middle of 3 and 4.
Closing the gap now. It's for the championship. Whichever one of the 4 finish in front of the others wins the title. Kevin Harvick, the defending series champion, working the high line, trying to go back to back.
That was a very interesting groove, Jeff. The 4 entered in the middle of the racetrack and brought it up to the high line in the middle of the corner. I'd yet to see that this weekend.
And now a half a line below the 18 is where the 4 ran through the center of the turn.
The 18 strategy is to take away the line that Kevin Harvick wants. If Kevin Harvick wants the top, you've got to go to the top to take away that line. Then Kevin Harvick has to respond to that. He's got to try to guess where Kyle Busch is going to go. If Kyle does go to the bottom, Kevin needs to jump to the top. If Kyle goes to the top, then Kevin can maybe run to the bottom. So you have to try to guess on corner entry where the 18 is going to be.
These 2 up front of the championship 4. Kyle Busch looking for his first ever championship in the Sprint Cup Series as we go NASCAR nonstop. Tonight's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything we learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Shop for all 2015 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series champion gear and much more. Visit NASCAR.com/champ today. A champ will be determined between Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon, and Martin Truex Jr. And up against the wall, you heard the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr., but the 42 of Kyle Larson has been the car on the move, and he has been running within a foot of the wall and doesn't leave it.
And when we talk about the high side, Rick, it's one thing to get up right against the wall in the middle of a corner, but on corner entry right here, the 42 never leaves the wall. We see the 4 other cars turn in, get away from the wall a little bit, then drift up towards it and ride the wall on exit. But watch here into turn 1, how the 42 never even leaves. He's within 2 feet of the wall, even on corner entry.
And the reason this works is because now his angle of attack through the middle of the corner is right. He doesn't have to drive into the corner and move up to the wall. He's already against the wall. That enables him to go to the throttle. And I want you to think about something 1 second. When you pull into your garage tonight,
right?
Leave your garage tomorrow, and you feel like you're going to hit the door, the right side door. You can't see over there very well. He is running near 200 miles an hour on corner entry, right against the wall, and that he trusts his car so much. He trusts himself so much. We don't see anybody else in this series that does this on corner entry consistently as well as Kyle Larson does.
An incredible run for Kyle Larson as he runs 5th. Let's take a update from our championship 4. We start with Mike Massaro.
Well, Rick, over the last couple of stops on pit road, the 18 team has made consecutive left side wedge adjustments. The last one, however, may have been too much. Kyle said the car isn't quite as good this run. Seems to be rolling over on the right rear, and the right rear is just not as attached as it was in the previous run. Expect them to go back on that adjustment next time, Dave.
Kevin Harvick does not have a speedometer or a stopwatch in his race car, so when he does something good as far as the line of the track goes, he's told by his crew chief. The last couple laps ago, Rodney Childress was impressed by a line that Kevin took. It was 3/10 better. He said, you might want to try that again. Marty?
Dave, Jeff Gordon is in 9th. He says, we're just getting hammered in the early part of this run, but middle to the end of the run, the 24 car gets pretty good. I talked to Alan Gufson earlier this week. He said, you know what? We flat did not live up to our potential earlier this year until we got to Chicago. First race in the chase. We brought speed to that race. Then we won Martinsville. He said, you know what? We're a bunch of street fighters. Right now, Jeff Gordon's going to have to fight his way past 2 championship rivals to win the championship in his final race. Kelly?
No matter what happens here tonight, Martin Truex Jr. will finish with a best career ranking. The lowest he can finish is 4th. His previous best was 11th. Remember, he took 2 tires on that last stop, had raced up front. He's fallen back to 12th. He said he is tight at load up and free off.
Talking about when he says tight at load up, what he's talking about is when the car enters the corner and it first gets load on it, that's where it gets tight. So on early entry, the car is tight, and that hurts the car because now he can't be in the throttle as quick as his competitors can be because it's pointed in the wrong direction. So a little bit tight on corner entry is a good thing because that's security, but a lot of tight prohibits the car from making the turn the way it needs to turn.
In front of the field in this race is Brad Keselowski. His teammate Joey Logano running in the top 5 as well. Kyle Busch leading the championship 4. Welcome back to the Ford EcoBoost 400 from Homestead-Miami Speedway. Joe Gibbs Racing has won 3 Cup championships, the most recent with Tony Stewart back in 2005. Celebrate the NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship with Sprint. Switch now and save 50% on most of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit sprint.com/save 50% tonight. And Joe Gibbs Racing driver Kyle Busch currently leading the championship 4. Mike?
Enjoying a nice ride, and certainly one of the guys pulling hard for him is his crew chief Adam Stevens during the offseason after having tremendous success as Kyle Busch's crew chief in the Xfinity Series. Well, Adam Stevens was promoted to the Sprint Cup Series as crew chief, his first opportunity. Unfortunately for him, in the very first race weekend in Daytona, that's when Kyle Busch suffered his leg injuries, breaking his right leg and his left foot in the Xfinity race. Suddenly, Adam Stevens was thrust into a position he hadn't been with before. He was without his superstar driver. It forced him out of his comfort zone, he says, and forced him and his team to step up. He did say, however, without Kyle Busch driving the race car, it helped them identify some deficiencies in their program. Parts of their program that with Kyle Busch behind the wheel they may not have seen. Consequently, Adam thinks that there may have been some silver lining to Kyle Busch missing 11 races, and that might be the fact that they're a stronger team now. Are they a championship team? We'll find out in about 64 laps, Rick.
Final 63 laps now of the 2015 season in front of us. Matt DiBenedetto driving the 83 had a phenomenal save here as the 6 of Trevor Bayne gets into the back of him.
That's just a wreck that didn't happen. I mean, Matt did a great job, all but got turned around, did a wonderful job of not getting the car spun all the way around and making contact with the wall.
Speaking of doing a wonderful job, Brad Keselowski has been out front for the last 34 laps. Keselowski leading. Keselowski, one of the chase competitors, the 16 that started the 2015 season. And then after being eliminated, Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano, the 2 Penske drivers, trying to end on a positive note. Keselowski up front, Logano running 5th. Brad Keselowski would be in the championship 4 if he were to have been able to win at Texas. But in the closing laps, it was Jimmy Johnson who was able to get by Brad Keselowski. Great hard racing toward the end, but Keselowski finishing in 2nd and taking away that opportunity to advance into the championship 4.
And Brad dominated that race. I mean, it wasn't even close till the end. It looked like he was just going to drive away from everybody. Got a late race caution. The 48 guys and Jimmy Johnson did a good job of making their car better. Brad and his team did not. The 48 got by him late. But they did everything but win that race. And had they won that race, tonight they would be racing for a championship.
With more on the race leader, here's Dave.
And Rick, several drivers told me that even though the tracks are shaped differently, the Texas track predicts what you can do here. And so they were very good there. They're very good here again. Qualified in the top 10, fell back early, but then have worked on this car, made lots of adjustments. And even though he says it needs to drive a little bit better right now, off the corner right there, the 2 car has been very, very good.
As he crossed the start-finish line, just 59 laps to go in the 2015 season as we go NASCAR nonstop. Welcome back. Brad Keselowski continuing to lead at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Kyle Busch leading the championship 4. He runs second. Kyle Larson's moved up to third, and a big gamble to 78 making his way to pit road, Kelly.
The first of the championship 4 to pit. Martin Truex Jr. has been asking for his lap times nearly every single lap. He's just saying that he needs more drive off. Remember, they made that gamble on 2 tires last time down pit road. This time it'll be 4 Goodyear tires. You see the chassis adjustment that are making for him, and they're going to pack them full of Sunoco fuel. 11.9 seconds for Martin Truex Jr. in the 78.
Steve, they still had at least 10 laps that they could have gone on fuel, so they have short pitted and come to pit road very quickly.
They did, and they're going to drive the rest of the field. They'll have to come with them. They had a great sub 12-second pit stop, got new tires first. The gambles continue for Cole Pearn. I like his gutsy calls.
Cole Pearn, the crew chief for Martin Truex Jr. As Martin Truex Jr. taking the access road inside of 1 and 2 to get back to the track. Now, they have enough fuel. They could go all the way as the 4 of Kevin Harvick also on his way to pit road. Dave.
He was running 4th. He gives up that position, Rick. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. He said that time I can't do anything when I move up. The back goes all over the place. So it looks like an air pressure adjustment for Harvick as the crew works its way around to the left side to try to complete this stop. Yes, they are within their final fuel window, but will that be the final caution, Marty?
Dave, for Jeff Gordon, about 5 laps ago, he said, I'm going to come to pit road. I think I have a flat tire, but the team jumped on the wall. Jeff Gordon, though, stayed on the racetrack and did not say another word. He said it was slightly better. I just can't get back to the throttle. It's too tight. A little bit longer on the right rear there because they pushed a spring rubber in that right rear spring. That should loosen up the 24 car, and a 4-tire stop here for Jeff Gordon. And you see how long that took, 14.2 on the stop, Mike.
Kyle Busch wasn't quite as happy with his car over the course of that last run, Marty, feeling like the car was rolling over on the right rear. It'll be interesting to see if they go to work on the chassis this time and go back on that previous change. That's exactly what they're doing. You can see the wrench going in the left side rear window. That's the wedge. They're going to go back on that adjustment, and also an air pressure adjustment for Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch, the last of the 4 championship 4 contenders on pit road. Will that affect how much the 4 has been able to catch up to Kyle Busch? The 4 of Kevin Harvick coming through turn number 2 and down the backstretch as the 18 is getting up to speed going down the backstretch.
I'm really shocked, Rick. The 4 of Kevin Harvick came at lap 2:15. Kyle Busch came a lap after the 4 of Kevin Harvick, but quick work by the 18 team on pit road and great work by Kyle Busch on and off pit road allowed him to stay in front of the 4. With 50 laps to go, that's the championship battle. You have the 18 in second and the 4 in fourth.
And the gap between the 2, 5 seconds. Kyle Busch about 3 seconds behind Brad Keselowski. Kevin Harvick 7 seconds back.
And the gamble by the 78 pitting early got negated because once the 78 pitted, then everybody said, you know what, we're not going to give you an advantage, and everybody started pitting. So even though it seemed to be a gamble to begin with, once they did it, everybody responded to it, did not let the 78 make any gain whatsoever.
As those green flag pit stop cycled through, David Reagan in the 55 scored in 20th, is the last car on the lead lap. David Reagan will still have to come to pit road in the next few laps.
So now it's 49 laps left. It's 49 laps to win a championship. Kyle Busch is in good position compared to Kevin Harvick. He's 4.5 seconds ahead of Kevin Harvick. Hit your marks, do everything perfect. Hope you and your team made the changes that are necessary so that the 4 can't catch you. You're only 48 laps away from winning a championship if you made the right changes and if you do the right job.
And if another caution does not come out, that would be the big equalizer if the caution would come out in the next 48 laps.
But that's Adam Stevens' concern right now. Adam Stevens wants to know from Kyle Busch, how did it take off in these first 5 laps? Maybe 10 laps, maybe 15. Have an idea of how this 18 car is on short run versus a long run. We've seen him have speed. He's in front of the 4, as you mentioned, Jeff. The question is, if a caution does come out, what are the adjustments I need to make if the run is shorter than a fuel run? We know that's going to be the case. We're already only 47 laps to go.
And the other thing you have to start thinking about, if you get a caution with 10 to go, with 15 to go, what do you do? Do you do 4 tires? Do you do 2 tires? Do you fill it with fuel? Do you just put enough fuel in it? So the crew chiefs now have to start thinking, okay, what am I going to do if the caution comes out now? What if I do 10 laps from now? So The strategy is starting to be laid right now for late in the race.
As the crew chiefs work on that, the driver, he just needs to work on that lap traffic. When you have a 4-second lead, not only do you need good laps, but you can't make that one mistake, get caught behind a lap car, make a poor decision.
Lap times. The spotter needs to be constantly feeding Kyle Busch his lap times every single lap. About every 5 or 10 laps, give the difference between you and the 4 of Kevin Harvick. You're 4.5 ahead. You're 4.2 ahead. He's catching you. You're pulling away from him. You need that information as well. But the rhythm of driving a race car is based off a stopwatch. How fast am I going? Am I doing what I need to do? Am I making the necessary changes in my driving ability and my driving technique as the rubber wears off the tires? And all that information comes off a stopwatch that's being given to you. That information is being given to you by your spotter.
And as we talk about the 18 of Kyle Busch, the 4 of Kevin Harvick, they are battling for a championship. Brad Keselowski, 2.5-second lead. Had showed this speed at Texas, as you documented, Rick. Got beat by the 48 car in the closing laps. Here he was, 45 laps to go, 44 now, with the opportunity to win a race. A championship is absolutely huge. That is the ultimate goal. But for the 2 of Brad Keselowski, he's not eligible for the championship. This is the only goal left in front of him. Try to win tonight.
Get another win on the 2015 season is what Brad Keselowski is thinking. But you have to remember back to the way the season started for Kyle Busch. What an incredible comeback Kyle Busch has made. He missed the first 11 races of the season because of a broken leg and a broken foot. Team owner Joe Gibbs, Super Bowl winning owner Joe Gibbs, Super Bowl winning coach Joe Gibbs said this might be the most amazing comeback I've seen in athletics. To have a driver get back behind the wheel in such a short amount of time and then go out and be as competitive as Kyle Busch has been able to do on this season and run for a championship, and now in front of the championship 4 with that title just 43 laps away.
And remember what made all of that possible is NASCAR's rule of the medical waiver. If you get injured, if you have an issue where you cannot drive a race car, you used to be completely eliminated. You could not win a championship because you had to run every race. But NASCAR looked at it and said, you know what, that's not, and from a safety standpoint, really what we need to do. Should we have drivers driving with concussion? Should we have drivers driving with major injuries? So through that medical exemption, it gave Kyle Busch an opportunity to come back and drive this race car and win their way into this position. They couldn't just ride around. They had to go win and get enough points. Nobody thought they could. I didn't think they could. I thought there was no way they could get enough points, but they did it, and they made it look easy.
Mike.
And to make it look easy, it took a lot of work and a lot of dedication, not only by the team, but also by Kyle. Adam Stevens told me that they stayed connected as much as possible. They texted, they talked on the phone many times throughout the course of the week over those first 11 races, just so that Kyle had some input and understood what was going on with the race program at that time. Adam said it worked so well that when Kyle came back, he was the same Kyle he remembered, at least mentally. He had some physical obstacles to overcome, but as far as knowing what the race car was doing and where they were with their program, he was right on the plan.
And I would even challenge that he's the same driver mentally. I think he's even a better driver mentally. What I see from Kyle Busch is this perspective. He enjoys being in the race car more than I think he ever did. He had an interview this weekend where he mentioned exactly the 8 months to the day from his surgery. He kind of let his guard down, and I saw on his face the emotion, the appreciation of being behind the wheel.
Yeah, let's be careful. Let's don't give him the championship just yet. How many races have we watched?
39 to go.
That's right. Well, we just talked about Brad Keselowski dominating the race in which he didn't finish it off, and Jimmy Johnson won the race. So anything can happen in these races. If we get a late race caution, all bets are off at that point.
Again, they have enough fuel. They can go all the way to the end. On fuel, the tires wear out quickly, so the lap times fall off. But Kyle Busch running second to Brad Keselowski, but in front of the other 3 championship 4 contenders. Kevin Harvick has dropped back to 4th. Kyle Larson just in front of him in 3rd. Denny Hamlin running in the top 5. Kurt Busch, Kyle's older brother, running 6th. Carl Edwards is 7th. Matt Kenseth, after a 2-race suspension, running 8th. Joey Logano is 9th. Jeff Gordon, the other championship 4 contender, running 10th. And Jimmy Johnson, Jamie McMurray, and Martin Truex Jr. running 13th. Martin Truex Jr., the furthest back of the championship 4. Currently on the lead lap, 19 cars. Martin Truex Jr., also an amazing story. A year ago, he moved over to Furniture Row. All through the 2014 season, Martin Truex Jr. struggled. He only led 1 lap in 2014, and then 2015 came around. An extremely competitive race car, leading laps, leading races, and finally got that first win with Furniture Row Racing in Pocono in the summer. That enabled him to be a part of the 16 drivers running for a championship. Let's update all of the chasers. We start with Mike Massaro.
And down here in the 18 camp, Rick, you can start to begin to feel a little bit of the tension surrounding this championship battle, some emotion. In fact, Kyle Busch's mother, Gay Busch, has just arrived in the pit, and she's observing. You can see on her face, there are almost tears in her eyes. There's a lot of anxiety here as she watches Kyle race for this championship right now. She saw her younger brother, Kurt, win a championship here at Homestead back in 2004, and now her younger son, Kyle, on the verge of perhaps his first Sprint Cup Series title. She just embraced Joe Gibbs and obviously watching with great anxiety here over the closing laps. Dave?
Mike, Kevin Harvick asked if there was more pressure on having been the champion last year and doing it this way, or pressure off. He said pressure on because we want to be able to do it again. It's probably self-inflicted. We don't want to flop, but pressure off because we have been here before. Right now the problem is a loose race car. He just told his team it's just not there. It's terrible. They're sure hoping for one more chance to work on it, Marty.
Dave, Jeff Gordon knows time is running out here. He asked Alan Gustafson a moment ago how many laps are left. He told him 34 right now. He said, we're better, but we're going to need some help. You see Jeff Gordon in 10th. And I think Rick Hendrick put it best this week. He said this championship, or lack thereof, will not define Jeff Gordon's career. For me, it's about the man, Jeff Gordon. We've had a 23-year relationship. We've never done a deal on anything other than a handshake. That says a lot about the man. To me, it's all about the friendship I built with Jeff Gordon. A championship and wins will not define him. Kelly?
Martin Truex Jr. and his crew chief Cole Pern, 2 of the most easygoing, laid-back personalities in the garage, but as the handling on this car is still in bad shape, you can feel the frustration starting to set in.
Frustrating, man. We're terrible. Car, man. Just keep fighting. 6 tires against 4. Hey, man. I wish we were better, but that's all we got. No, bud. I'm trying everything I can freaking think of. Do something, man. We ain't getting anywhere. We've getting anywhere since we started yesterday, so we're trying something every stop.
And then that conversation continued with Martin Truex saying, hey, if we come back to pit again, please put some air in these right side tires.
And that's the amazing thing, I think, that most people don't understand. They can feel when you go down in tire pressure, and a lot of times, Jeff, as a driver, you can feel it from which tire it is that's down on air pressure.
Yeah, no question. It's a huge part of the adjustments that the teams have, changing the air pressure in the tires, the difference in the air from the rights to the lefts. All those make a great deal of difference. And, at this point, they've struggled all weekend. That's what you heard them say. We've been trying stuff all weekend. They just haven't found the speed. We thought coming into this weekend that they would be very, very difficult to beat. To our surprise, they just haven't had the speed.
Well, and as we update you on those chasers, Kyle Larson in the 3rd position, yesterday's Xfinity winner, has yet to win a Sprint Cup race in his sophomore season. This is his style track, running around the top, and the lap times have kind of flipped. We've documented all night about how this 42 gets really, really good towards the second half of a run with 30 to go. 3 seconds behind Brad Keselowski, consistently beating him by 1/10 to 3/10 per lap. You see right here, the last lap, over a mile an hour faster than the leader. The question from Kyle Larson is, are 30 to go enough? If this race stays green, I believe we're going to see this 42 run the 2 down. Will he be able to catch him? Will he be able to pass him?
Kyle Larson, 23 years old, out of Elk Grove, California, has never won in the Sprint Cup Series. Was able to win his 3rd Xfinity Series race last night. And now looking for that first win in the Cup Series.
one of the classiest moves I've seen in a long time in racing last night as well. He won that Xfinity race, Rick, not a single burnout, drove straight to victory lane. When asked why, he said this was a weekend about champions. He allowed Chris Buescher to do his celebration on the front stretch, our Xfinity champion. I thought that was a very classy move from a very young race car driver.
And last night we saw Kyle Larson use this same strategy, running right up against the wall. As a matter of fact, got up against the wall a couple times a little too close where he brushed up against the safer barriers, but he is running right at that wall. And I think it's hard for people to understand. He's a foot off of the wall, running in there at almost 160 miles an hour.
I'm going to have to correct you. I think he's 4 inches off the wall. He is just really close. And one negative we've seen with Kyle Larson is, can you do this for 400, 500 miles? It's very difficult to do. At this point, he has 28 laps. That's all he has left to do. He's done a great job of not getting into the wall, but a young race car driver needs to learn how to manage a race, how to manage 400 miles. He hasn't always been able to do that, but he has put himself in position tonight. We'll see if he can run Brad Keselowski down.
He's going to have to get by Kyle Busch first. Kyle Busch is running second. Brad Keselowski out in front. Kyle Larson just a half a second behind Kyle Busch. Brad Keselowski has a 2-second lead over Kyle Busch. Keselowski leading the race. Kyle Busch leading the championship for 26 laps to go.
As much as Kyle Busch would like to win this race, when Kyle Larson catches him, I think Kyle Busch is going to wave him by, let him go. His focus has to be on Kevin Harvick. He has about 6.5, 7 seconds over Kevin Harvick. There's no reason to contest. This is going to be the trouble for Kyle Larson. Other cars wanting the top of the racetrack. You see he gets behind the 33 and the 21. He dives to the bottom of the racetrack. Can he clear these guys off the corner and get back to the top?
And how much does that change his rhythm? Because he's been running right up against the wall, knowing exactly when he needs to turn, and now he has to move down away from the wall, so he's back up close to the wall again, but he got out of his rhythm.
Well, that's right. I think he'll get right back into his rhythm now. You know, getting back to the wall, I think he knows what he has to do. But as you mentioned, when you catch that slower car, now you have to go somewhere you're not accustomed to, and it changes the technique of driving the race car. So he has to adjust to that very, very quickly.
The top two, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch. Kyle Larson closing the gap, running third. Kevin Harvick is fourth. Denny Hamlin fifth. Denny Hamlin started on the pole earlier today. Kurt Busch running sixth. Joey Logano seventh. Carl Edwards eighth. Matt Kenseth ninth. Jeff Gordon in his final Sprint Cup Series race running 10th. The gap between Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson has closed down. Kyle Busch goes to the bottom of the track. Kyle Larson stays right up against the wall. The gap between second and third, under 170 feet and closing. Kyle Larson coming up on the slower car. That will change his line.
And that's really the problem for Kyle Larson. You see the 47 takes the line away. It's frustrating. I know these cars want to run the top of the racetrack, but it's their responsibility to understand what groove the faster lead lap cars are wanting.
All the way to the bottom of the track goes Kyle Larson as Brad Keselowski continuing to run the high line. The gap closed also between Keselowski and Kyle Busch. Now just 1.7 seconds separating the top two.
Yeah, what happens when you catch a slower car and he does not give you the line that you want? You remember that. The next time that he catches you and he's trying to win a race, well, guess what you do? You don't give him the line that he wants. So you have to give respect if you ever want to get it back.
Brad Keselowski, 2012 Cup Series champion, only one win on the 2015 season at Auto Club Speedway, the 5th race of the season. After being in the chase, the top 16, was not able to move into the championship 4. Let's listen into the radio of the 4.
I feel like the last restart we took off fairly well. It's hard to tell where I'm at right now. It's just so much worse than it was a few runs ago.
Why is that important, Rick? He's worried about the restart. There's 21 to go. Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers have nowhere near given up. They're continuing to communicate. One caution, and the 4 is going to have the opportunity to pit, put tires on, and restart within sight of that 18. Rodney Childers needs to know, how did the car drive on new tires? Do you need something different?
And you mentioned Kyle Larson catching Kyle Busch. And what does Kyle Busch do when Kyle Larson catches him? I think Kyle Busch races him. I want to keep that gap. I want to have Kyle Larson between me and Kevin Harvick, because if that caution does come out, I want to come off pit road second. I want to be in front of Kevin Harvick. I want to be next to him. So I think Kyle Busch runs as hard as he can right now.
And Kyle Larson, once again, one of the slower cars affects him. Into the wall goes Kyle Larson.
And you can see he's very unhappy. He thought that he was going to have to go below the slower car. The slower car went to the bottom of the racetrack, forced the 42 to change his plan.
He had to get out of the gas because of Ryan Preece in the 98 taking the same line that he was taking. So he had to get out of the gas, and then into the wall went Kyle Larson. We'll see if it has slowed him down at all.
The first win, Rick. Kyle Larson is going after win number 1. I know Kyle Busch wants to win a championship, and championships are huge. But Jeff, remember how important your first win was.
Oh, I remember it like it was yesterday. And when I got that first win, it seemed like the second win came a little bit easier. You got that done. You had that accomplished. Huge part of your career. It seemed like it was easier to get that second and third and fourth win.
This is the important time. When you look at Kyle Larson, what does he have in front of him? Clear racetrack, a half a straightaway to the 18. He has to capitalize. He struggled through traffic, but when he has that clean racetrack, he has got to run some amazing lap times. We'll have to see if he can pull it off.
And you have to wonder how much damage was done to the car when he got into the wall. You know, how bad did it hurt the car? We've heard a lot of times when cars get into the wall, they now don't turn as good. They don't, the front end doesn't work as good because aerodynamically, your car just isn't the way it was before you got into the race.
You've mentioned time and time again how you kind of have to guess where that car is going to go. Well, a couple laps ago, right here, you see Kyle Larson closing on the 98 of Ryan Preece very quickly. Well, the 98, 42 turns to the bottom. The 98 goes to the bottom. It causes the 42 to go back to the top. Two young drivers. Kyle Larson guesses wrong on which direction the 98 is going to do. I think the frustration carries over to corner exit. He gets into the wall.
Well, it messes rhythm up. He's been entering the corner right against the wall. And this time he entered the corner and he wasn't against the wall. So that messed up the flow of the corner, and that ended up putting him into the wall because that changed. When do I go back to the throttle? That, again, I talked about it several times. The driving technique, it changed it, and that's why he got into the wall.
Less than 16 to go. Brad Keselowski has just over a second lead now over Kyle Busch. That gap continues to shrink. Kyle Busch still leading the championship for Mike.
And you got to think back to February to really appreciate this story, Rick. It was back then when Kyle Busch was sitting in a hospital bed, wondering whether or not he'd ever be able to compete for this championship this year. Now, trying to complete the improbable comeback story. He may only be 15 laps away from his first Sprint Cup Series title. He's been very quiet over the radio, focused, not saying anything. Dave?
Mike, who had the fastest car over the course of the season? You could argue it was the 4. He finished second or first 15 times this year. But this championship is not won on averages, and they need to win this round. They need to get lucky and have a caution come out and get another adjustment on that 4 car, or it's not going to happen, Rick.
Things are going to get very interesting now as Kyle Larson has caught Kyle Busch and gone by. Kyle Larson now will try to reel in Brad Keselowski, and Larson has been the fastest car on the track. As a matter of fact, the last lap, he was almost a second faster than Brad Keselowski, as he's just a second back.
And I think Kyle Busch recognized the fact that he could not keep Kyle Larson behind him. Instead of racing a young driver that wants his first win and potentially take your championship away, he just gave that spot up. He didn't put up a big fight. I think that was a smart move. I think if he was faster, he would have put up a bigger fight. But the rate at which the 42 was closing, Kyle Busch just made the decision, you know what? I'm going to give this spot up.
Does he have enough time? Is Kyle Larson, with just under 13 laps to go, have enough time to close the gap and catch up to Brad Keselowski? There's the gap between the two. Brad Keselowski in the 2, Kyle Larson in the 42. Still right up against the wall. It's Kyle Larson down to the bottom of the racetrack, the 2 of Brad Keselowski. He clears Greg Biffle in the 16.
So right now, Brad Spotter is telling him where the 42 is running. He's saying, look, the 42 is right against the wall. And the reason why is because Brad Keselowski is going to need to take that line away from him. He's going to need to get right up against the wall so the 42 cannot get on the outside of him if he wants to win this race. If he gives Kyle Larson the outside and doesn't protect it, Kyle will fly by him.
Kyle Larson, a driver that has come from running dirt races. He ran wing sprints, and now the caution will come out. Debris on the racetrack brings the caution out with 11 laps to go. Crew chief, you're putting a lot on your crew, your pit crew, because these drivers with 10 laps, maybe 9 laps to go, will all want to come to pit road.
And the real concern for these championship contenders is what's the gamble? Will somebody take right side tires? We haven't seen it work, but what are they going to do? Martin Truex all the way back in 14th. He doesn't have much of a choice. He has to do something. Cole Pearn on top of that pit box has to do something to give his driver a chance. This is not what Kyle Larson wanted to see, though. Kyle Larson running second is really good on older tires.
Debris bringing out the caution as we have just 10 laps to go in the season finale. The flagman called the debris. It was actually right underneath the flag stand, and it's been pushed away and moved. So now Brad Keselowski, Kyle Larson, who was able to get right behind the two, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Kurt Busch, Joey Logano, Carl Edwards, Matt Kenseth, Jeff Gordon, of course Martin Truex Jr., one of the championship 4. What kind of strategy, what gamble will one of the championship 4 be willing to do to try to win the title?
This is what we talked about, the 18 and the 42. Had the 42 not gotten by the 18, he would be behind the 2. We're going to see the 4 car pull up, get on the pit road, and try to get right behind the 18. Try to have a better stop than 18 and beat him off pit road.
With the gap that these front 3 have, I think they all have to do 4 tires at this point.
Lead lap cars making their way onto pit road. Dave?
Harvick was asked, what do you need for a shootout? He said, I've got to turn through the center, so they'll make an adjustment for him. 2 tires to start and fuel. He'll get 4. Kelly.
Martin Truex Jr. really needed this caution to come out. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. It's going to be 4 fresh tires and fuel for the 78, Marty.
Jeff Gordon was stuck in 10th that entire run. He said, I like that last adjustment. It took off good for a lap or 2, but then just goes so loose off an air pressure adjustment. That's it, Mike.
Wedge adjustment on the left side for Kyle Busch. A very important pit stop here. 4 tire change. He's away.
A very tight race off of pit road. Kyle Busch grabbing a spot as he's able to beat Larson to the commitment line, the pit road exit line. Larson drops a position. And I mentioned the debris that was just underneath the flag stand was what the flagman had signified, but it actually moved away after they came out with the caution, but that was the piece of metal. Kyle Busch, who was leading the championship 4, and that was Coach Joe Gibbs' reaction when the caution came out. The one thing Coach Gibbs has got going for him is Kyle Busch might be the best driver of the 43 that are on the track on restarts. Always is aggressive, and he will start on the front row.
It's going to be, we've talked about this racetrack, how unique this racetrack is, the progressive banking, flatter on the bottom of the racetrack, more banking as you get up near the wall. It allows these drivers on these restarts to run all over the racetrack. We're going to take the green with 8 laps to go.
The lights off of the pace car. All of these cars taking the wave around. All were a lap down. The 2 of Brad Keselowski will come up behind the pace car and choose which line he wants to restart in. Either the outside line or the inside line. Then Kyle Busch will fall into the other spot. Behind them it will be Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, Kurt Busch.
So if you're Kyle Busch, you have the guy that you're racing for a championship directly behind you. What is the strategy? Do you try to block him entering turn 1? Do you try to go high? Do you try to go low? Obviously, you just want to try to pass the 2 and go win this race. But if the 2 drives away, your strategy driving into turn 1 is so important.
And we saw earlier the outside line was prevailing on restarts, and yet Brad Keselowski chooses the inside line for potentially this last restart.
It's a driver choice. You, as a driver, you have to make a decision. Where do you feel like your best opportunity to win this race is? Brad obviously feels like the lower line is the way to go. The shorter the way around turns 1 and 2 is what he feels the most secure about.
2 by 2, the field working their way through 3 and 4. The pace car off the track. Brad Keselowski on the inside, race leader. Kyle Busch on the outside, championship 4 leader. Into the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Kyle Busch out front. Brad Keselowski running second. Kevin Harvick is third. To the bottom of the racetrack they go. Six laps to go. Jeff Gordon has made his way up to 6th. Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, 2 of the championship 4, running 1 and 2.
Maintain. I got your back here. Hey, run between the seams.
That's Kyle Busch's spot and letting him know where Kevin Harvick ran in 1 and 2. Kevin Harvick already searching up the racetrack, looking for that clean air. He can't just follow the tire tracks of the 18, although it doesn't turn very well for the 40 and loses some ground.
The gap
hit your marks here.
Getting bigger between the 18 and the 4. Kyle Busch trying to drive away to win the championship, his first title in the Sprint Cup Series. Kevin Harvick trying to defend his championship, but the gap getting wider. Kyle Busch trying to complete an unbelievable comeback.
So Kevin Harvick driving his car as hard as he can possibly drive it. He saw a wiggle coming off turn 4. That's just being in the throttle, trying to make it work, trying to get it to stick. The only way he can catch Kyle Busch is to try to push the car to its maximum limit. But to do that, you're going to have to go over the limit, and that's all Kevin Harvick can do. It looks like Kyle Busch has a better car, but Kevin Harvick will not give up.
On the short run, Kyle Busch, so strong. A great restart. And now he's putting lap to lap to lap, back to back to back. Great laps. 3 to go for Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch needs to focus on the front windshield. Pay no attention to the rearview mirror. Your spotter will let you know what's going on behind you. Just pay attention to your car. Do not let the 4 car force you into a mistake.
A year ago, it took a win to win the championship. It's going to do it again. Kyle Busch in front of Kevin Harvick, the top 2 in the championship 4.
2 to go.
I love the tone. The tone of the spotter, very calm, like he's sitting next to him at the table, not agitating in his driver at all. Let Kyle Busch does what he do best. Drive this race car to the max of his ability. He's pulled out to a 2.5 lead.
Down the backstretch they go.
By 20. All good here, bud.
20 car lengths between Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick. Coming out of turn number 4. The white flag will go in the air.
White flag. Coming back no matter what. By 20. No
One more time around. Kyle Busch missed the first 11 races of the season with a broken leg and a broken foot after an accident at Daytona.
It's by 20.
Down the backstretch. His closest competitor, just a dot in the rearview mirror. Through 3 and 4. No one has battled through as much pain and had as much perseverance as 30-year-old Kyle Busch. Tonight he earns his first Cup title. Kyle Busch, the 2015 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion.
Oh my God! Look at me,
Busch. I've never seen anything like it. Thank you so much. Thanks, team. Great job! Adam, Steven.
Attaboy, guys. Proud of everyone here. Thank you.
Said about this year.
All post-race interviews, the championship celebration will all be on NBCSN. The fourth championship for Joe Gibbs Racing, the first for Kyle Busch. Sunday Night Football next.
Congratulations, champion. You're the new champion. We'll come on down here when you get ready to celebrate. We'll celebrate right there at the Sprint Cup.
And welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. Kyle Busch has shown such maturity. He has grown as a driver. No one ever questioned the talent that Kyle Busch had. They questioned if he could do what it took to win the championship. And he has just done that. Jeff Gordon in his last race climbing out of his car. A racing career that started at the age of 5. Jeff Gordon has lived his dream. And he took us along for that ride. Dave?
And as we come down here, Rick Hendrick has found Jeff.
Celebrating over the 3 top series in NASCAR. He's won over 150 races. The championship in the Xfinity Series, and now a Sprint Cup Series championship. Let's go back to Dave Burns with Jeff Gordon.
And Rick Hendrick has stepped away for the moment. Jeff now getting congratulations from his team. Jeff, I heard you call it a dream come true, thanks to Mr. H, before you got out of the car.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, who would have ever thought coming from Indiana as a sprint car driver that could come south to North Carolina and race for people like Bill Davis and then get the opportunity to work with the greatest owner in the Cup Series that there's ever been, and that's Rick Hendrick. And he's way more than a car owner to me, so I'm so appreciative. It's been most amazing experience. Gosh, I'm a little disappointed, I'll be honest. I thought going into today's race we had something for him, and I think when the sun went down we were missing a little something and just didn't quite have it when the track cooled down, and had to work on it. But I love the effort, and we showed what we're made of right there at the end by climbing our way back up to 6th. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud of everything. That's the biggest thing, and these little ones make it all worthwhile. It's a happy, good day. I want that win, but we're still going to celebrate.
Jeff, with the kids here, and Ingrid as well, we see what matters now going forward, Rick.
Family. Jeff Gordon transitioning into the next chapter of his life. And Kyle Busch winning his first Sprint Cup Series championship. How does this change Kyle Busch? He is now the 2015 Sprint Cup Series champion. He did whatever he had to do. It took winning the race once again Joe Gibbs with his 4th championship. JD as well, behind the wall. And the over-the-wall crew did everything they had to do as well. Crowning a champion 2015. Kyle Busch missed the first 11 Sprint Cup races of 2015 after a vicious crash in Daytona where he broke his leg and foot. Then in May, he and wife Samantha welcomed their son Braxton to the world. And tonight, he, his family, and team can celebrate a Sprint Cup championship. What an incredible year it's been for Kyle. The mob of fans, team members, family, all around Kyle just moments ago, and now it's time for Kyle to savor this championship. Moments ago, Kyle and Samantha. What an incredible run Kyle, his family have made. Kyle now joining his brother Kurt as a champion in the Sprint Cup Series. You could see him say thank you.
She has been there through all the tough times, good times and the tough, and they had a lot of tough times earlier this year.
Let's go to Dave.
Another repeat did not happen for Kevin Harvick this year. After leading laps early, Kevin, where did the car go?
We were just struggling all night, to be honest with you, with our Budweiser Jimmy John Chevy. We had a lot of trouble getting up off the corner and putting the power down, and the longer the run went, the looser that we would get up off the corner. But I just want to thank everybody at Hendrick Engines, SHR, Outback, Mobile One, Hunt Brothers, Dytech, everybody who's a part of this car and been supportive of us over the last 2 years. It's been a great couple years and looking forward to next year. So it's fun to be able to run like this. You always want to win, but I've learned not to get greedy. After last year, I felt like we had everything go our way, and tonight it didn't go our way. But just congratulations to the 18 team and everything they did, and all of our guys have done a great job all year.
People coming by to congratulate Kevin Harvick. It was a good run for him. He'll go again at it next year.
Kevin Harvick came as close as you could, finishing second to Kyle Busch. Will finish second in the point standings. Jeff Gordon finishing 6th in the race. Will end up 3rd in the point standings, and Martin Truex Jr. finished 12th in the race and will finish 4th in the points. His best finish ever in the point standings. Kyle Busch making his way around the track and will make his way to the championship stage. A year of perseverance. Kyle Busch, after coming back from his injuries, had an incredible run where he won 4 races. This is now his 5th. Let's go to Marty.
He's coming here. He's been congratulated by all of his teammates, including David Reagan, who was such a key part of this team when Kyle Busch was out. He filled in and helped the team get to this point to where they could win a championship. Taking a moment, take a breath, and kind of soak in the moment, if you will. Get a drink of water. Trying to get his arms around the fact that he is your 2015 Sprint Cup Series championship. Here comes Kyle Busch. M&M's for everybody. Kyle, you said on the radio afterwards, you said, I don't know what life's all about, but I don't know what to say about this year. What do you say about this year, Kyle?
Pretty unbelievable, I guess. You know, it's a dream of a lifetime, a dream come true, and something that only happens every so often, you know. And I just can't believe it with everything that happened this year and all the turmoil, all the things that I went through, that my wife went through, that my family went through, and people those around me that they went through. This championship is all for these guys, for my wife, my family, and everyone who sacrificed so much to get me here and to get me to this place today, whether it's been on my team right now or on my teams in past. It's certainly awesome, and I can't thank M&M's enough. M&M's Crispy, they're a phenomenal sponsor. I love the family. They're so great. They're with us here today. This is a long time coming for them. They've been in this sport 2, maybe 3 times as long as I've been here, and this is their first opportunity for a championship. So I can't thank Toyota enough. I had a very fast Toyota Camry tonight. Adam Stevens prepared such a great race car, and Adam Stevens is my hero. I love that guy, and I'm glad I could get the 5th win to get him a little bit more of a race for next year. That's pretty awesome. But man, I can't thank Interstate Batteries enough. Monster Energy for sticking with me and being with me. My fans, all the Kyle Busch fans out there, man, I appreciate all you guys so much. Everyone that follows me through the thick and the thin, through the good and the bad, and the ones that are always there behind me. So you guys are awesome. Everyone here, you guys are awesome too. This is a dream come true. A dream come true.
8 months ago tonight, you were laying in a Daytona hospital. All the rehab, you told me that you didn't know if you could do anything harder than that rehab. Did you really think this moment was possible, Kyle?
Oh yeah, no doubt. I said back then, I'll say it again, you know, the rehab and then getting back and getting ready and getting healed and focused, all that was the hardest part. Yeah, hardest thing I've ever gone through. And to put it all together here tonight, this night wasn't quite that hard, you know, but I had one special driver in Tony Stewart come see me 8 months ago tonight, and he helped me through a lot of that stuff, but I've had already about 6 or 7 here tonight, so it's pretty awesome to have this opportunity and to be here and to beat guys like this one right here, Mr. 4-time. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's awesome to race my hero in his last one and beat him out for it, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Thank you.
The significance, Kyle, of being able to race your childhood hero and win a championship.
I don't know that you could have ever scripted it any better. For him to be in his last year and go out, I guess I wish I could have beat him sooner in that time, you know, when he was still running or had another year to go after it. But man, to have a shot with these 4 final drivers, you know, Martin Truex, one of the best in Homestead, and Kevin Harvick, one of the best the last 2 years, and Jeff Gordon, one of the best of all time. You know, to go up against those guys here tonight and to score this victory for this number 18 Toyota Camry was phenomenal. And I can't be remiss without thanking Coach Gibbs and his family, and JD's here tonight. JD was the first selfie over there in turn 1. That's so cool. And man, this night is just all about these guys and these people that have poured their heart and soul into Kyle Busch.
So much changed you this year, the wreck and everything, but talk to me about Brexton and what that brought to your life and how that changed your perspective on job, life, everything.
Well, it sure did. I mean, I've never dreamed of anything so little could be so happy, but he's such a cool little dude, and you know, he's always smiling, always having fun, and except about 4 a.m., you know, that's daddy time. That's a little rough, but it's all worth it in the end. You know, Samantha and I, for what she went through and what we've been through this year, to have Brexton in this year, his birthday 5/18/15, it's so cool to have him and to have him be a part of all of this here tonight, and of course to celebrate with his father. He'll never know what this meant today, but maybe one day if it's on his own, he'll know what it means.
I got to ask you about a little bit of racing. Talk me through that last restart. Man, you were out of a cannon.
Yeah, well, I knew it was time to go. I don't know why Brad chose the bottom, but he gave me the top, and I was like, well, this is interesting because I wasn't expecting that. But it did put Harvick behind me, so I knew I just had to protect whatever Harvick was going to do, if he was going to try to shoot the middle and shoot the gap or whatever it was going to be. But, man, I don't think I got hit. I think I just got a really good restart and just got going. I don't know if Brad spun his tires or what, but when I got to turns 1 and 2, we were pretty even. But, man, I held it to the floor, and I gave it everything I had those last 7, 8 laps, whatever it was. And that's why I said his Toyota Camry was awesome. And Adam Stevens made a phenomenal adjustment there on that last pit stop to give me exactly what I needed to go out there and run some hard laps for 8 laps and drive away.
Congratulations, you're the champion.
I hear you, man. This is so cool. Woo! Yeah!
All right, Kyle Busch, obviously a little bit happy to celebrate this 2015 Sprint Cup Series championship, Rick.
Brothers, family. Kyle and Kurt, their father, all with an embrace. Kyle Busch will receive the championship trophy when we return. The celebration has just begun. Kyle Busch, 2015 Sprint Cup Series champion, will be on the stage next. A massive celebration about to get underway for the 18 team. Kyle Busch has given Toyota their first championship in the Sprint Cup Series. He makes his way up the steps to the championship stage. Let's go down to Chris Devoto.
Thank you, Rick. Kyle Busch, the 2015 Sprint Cup Series champion. I know he likes the sound of that, has made it to the stage. Let's begin the championship presentation. First from our series sponsor, Marcelo Claret, the CEO of Sprint, with some words for Kyle.
That's great. Hey, Kyle. Congratulations. So I want to tell you, you're an inspiration not only to every NASCAR fan, but pretty much every person who watches sports. And coming back from breaking your leg, you're an inspiration. So on behalf of my 33,000 employees at the Sprint, I wanted to congratulate you on the first Sprint Cup Series and hopefully many more to come. So congratulations, man. Awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there's a lot of people back here who you want to see and talk to, but I know one thing you said when you were rehabbing to get back here, you missed hoisting trophies above your head. CEO of NASCAR, Brian France, has a very special one for you.
I sure do. On behalf of the millions of fans around the world, congratulations bringing Toyota and M&M's their championship. Congratulations.
Hey, buddy. Thank you so much. You got it, man. Thanks.
Take us back. You've been talking about it was 8 months to the day. You laid in a hospital bed, not really sure if you would ever necessarily race again. And you said the most important thing was to get back, to be back for the birth of your son, to be standing by Samantha's bedside, and to get back to what you love, which is racing. Would you have ever dreamed, though, after missing 11 races, you'd be standing here showering your team in M&M's?
No, not in a million years. I never would have dreamed this moment on this year, you know, but this is so unbelievable, but yet so awesome at the same time. I can't thank M&M's enough. Everyone from M&M's, the family, the company, all of our supporters there from Snickers and Skittles, Pedigree, American Heritage. It's just been so awesome to have them standing behind me through all these years and to give me these opportunities to come out here and race their car and to do the best I can. And from there, it's Toyota and their love and their support. Those guys are awesome and amazing. TRD gave me a great engine tonight. It was so fast, and our car drove so good because of Adam Stevens and what he did and what he can do and what this company is about, Joe Gibbs Racing. It's so cool to get Joe Gibbs and JD Gibbs and the family and the whole company, everyone. Thank you guys all back at the shop for building me such a fantastic race car this weekend. To put it all together and to win this championship, it goes all back to JGR. You know, that trophy isn't mine. This is everyone's here. You know, I wanted to come back from rehab and do everything that I could do to power through and be strong and stronger than ever for everyone here and to pay them back for what all they've sacrificed in their lives for me.
I know this team behind you has been with you for a long time, but so has the woman standing behind you, beside you, with your little boy, 6-month-old Brexton. If I could get you, Kyle, I'm going to have you turn for a minute. I want to ask Samantha. Samantha, what does it mean to you? You came up here, tears flowing. What does it mean to you?
This is amazing. I don't think people know how hard he worked and what we both went through this year, from trying to get pregnant with this one to the accident to fighting his way back, and it's absolutely amazing. And he's been the greatest blessing, and now
Brexton has something to say.
Are you going to eat that? It's just a storybook year. I'm so proud of Kyle and the team, and it's truly just, I can't even tell you the emotions right now. This is absolutely amazing. Are you going to eat her microphone?
And as soon as we came up here, Brexton has been just enthralled with this microphone. You may have a broadcaster on your hands, if not a race car driver.
Race car driver. Look at True Mom pulling boogers out of his nose in victory lane, right?
It's what you do. It's what you do. Also, I want you to celebrate with your husband. I'm going to bring Coach Gibbs in here as well. Congratulations to you for everything this means to your family. As we work across the stage here, I want to grab Coach Gibbs, celebrating here. Coach, the first championship for Toyota. How do you even put that in words?
Well, there's so many firsts to this. You know, we have M&M's, it's their first. They've been in racing 25 years. It's Toyota's first. Awesome, Bob Carter and everybody's here. That's awesome. We got Kyle's first. We got Adam's first, our crew chief. Can you believe a rookie crew chief? And we got Norm Miller from Interstate. He's the only guy. He's had 2, but it's really a total team effort. I want to say thanks to all the fans. It's absolutely awesome. Lord's blessed us with a great group of guys back here, and everybody back home too. I feel bad for everybody back at the shop. Lord's blessed us with a great group of guys, and I want to say a big thanks to the Lord for this and for all the fans. It's awesome.
All of those guys back at the shop are celebrating as well. Maybe not as big as these guys back here are celebrating, but this group has been with Kyle ever since he joined Joe Gibbs Racing. And I know it's been a tough year on the track and off the track for your family, for this Toyota family as well.
Yeah, it has been. We had, Norm Miller wants to thank Ann.
Thank Ann.
And thank you so much.
JD's here. I'm excited about having him here. And our whole family, all the Gibbs groups ran all over the place. I don't know where our grandkids are and everything, but
they're running around celebrating too.
They're running around celebrating someplace.
Well, it is fantastic. I know this means a lot to both of you. JD, so great to see you back at the track. I loved having the big hug as soon as we got up here. And you mentioned the first for Adam. Adam Stevens around here somewhere celebrating with the team. I've actually been holding on to Kyle's Monster Energy since he came up here. I don't know, Kyle, if you want that back or not. He was hands full with the trophy. Let's bring in Adam Stevens if we can. The first year crew chief. You're not supposed to win a Sprint Cup Series championship in your first year on the job. How did you do it?
I leaned on Kyle Busch pretty heavy. You know, you just got to get him close. That's the beauty of Kyle and his talent, his skill, and his dedication. And his feedback is so good, you know. I think anybody could have adjusted on his car tonight and all year, really. And the total strength of JGR, with all the wins we've had and as competitive as we've been, it could be any one of the teams right now if you shook the chase up and reran it again. So I'm just proud of everybody at home at JGR and everybody at TRD for the total team effort and teamwork. And I'm thrilled to be a part of Kyle Busch's career. You know, he's a future Hall of Famer, and to be anywhere close to him is amazing for me.
Well, I know those first 11 races, you kept waiting for Kyle to come back, but one of the first drivers to come over here and congratulate you, David Reagan, who filled in for Kyle. We saw Denny, Matt, Carl, all of the teammates. This really is a family. As we look at the family of Kyle, Samantha, and Brexton hug and celebrate, this is a family on this stage and behind us.
Yeah, you can't get a closer group than what we have here, and I'm glad you mentioned David Reagan and Matt Crafton and Eric Jones. We learned a lot about our program in that time that they were driving, and it let us advance and move our program forward and get ready for KB's return.
What do you guys think? A big party tonight, Kyle? I think so. He's getting the flag. He's going to celebrate with his team. The celebration, Rick, down here is just beginning.
And you are right in the middle of it. We've heard from the champion, Kyle Busch. We've heard from Jeff Gordon and Kevin Harvick. Now let's hear from Martin Truex Jr. Kelly Stavis was with him after the race.
Martin Truex Jr. will finish 4th in the championship standings. Martin, I know you had your hands full with this race car all night long, but what does it say about this single car team to get you in the championship picture?
Well, we came a long way as a group. Really proud of everybody. Really proud of Cole, and really proud of Barney. You know, to get him this far. You know, we have a lot to be proud of as a team, and a lot to build on for next year. So we're a little disappointed in the weekend, obviously. Just you know, really was excited and optimistic coming in here with this opportunity, and we just never really could get the car to react to anything we wanted to do all weekend. It wasn't from a lack of effort. The guys put an awful lot of effort into this car out in Denver, and I want to thank them for that. And you know, a lot more effort last night, changing everything pretty much under this thing, and just seemed like no matter what we did, it did the same thing, and we fought the same issues. So a little disappointed, but all in all, you know, a great season. Really proud of my team, and we definitely have a lot to build on for the future.
You've faced so much adversity, both professionally and personally, in the last few years. Seems like the journey's just beginning, but what has it been like to this point?
It's been really gratifying. It's been, you know, again, I'm just proud to work with this group of guys. They're a special group, and if we can keep it together, I think we can go a long ways for a long time. So, you know, what doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger, and, you know, all those things I had to go through are part of the reason I'm here today and had this opportunity. So I wouldn't change it for anything, and just thankful for all the people that supported us over the years, and you know, especially my team this year, Barney Visser, Joe Garone, everybody there, Furniture Row, and we've got a lot of exciting things going on this winter to get ready for next season, and you know, hopefully we can make that next step.
Big things in the offseason. You'll switch manufacturers to Toyota and team up with Joe Gibbs Racing, who's just won the championship. What does that have you to look forward to?
It's pretty exciting, really. We're really looking forward to that. It's a big deal for Barney and everybody to, get that factory support, to get teamed up with a team that just won the championship. It's a pretty big deal. So before I forget, I want to say congrats to Kyle. He's going to be a great champion. He's kind of had this coming for a long time, and also a great farewell to Jeff. He's been an awesome competitor over the years, and I've learned a lot from him, and we're going to miss racing against him. But all in all, we're not going to get much sleep. We're going to get back to work. We'll be down here testing in about 3 weeks, getting ready for next year. So take a little vacation, relax a little bit, and right back at it.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
We just heard Martin Truex Jr. say we're not going to get a lot of sleep. I'm guessing that Kyle Busch and his team, they probably won't sleep much over the next few days as the celebration will continue for them. As we look at the results, this amazingly is the first chase win for Kyle Busch. He has never won when in the chase. He's been in the chase for 9 times, but this is the first time that he's won a chase race.
Well, he picked a go in to do it, that's for sure, and he had to win because you see Kevin Harvick finish second. And Jeff Gordon, I know he's disappointed, but to come here and run 6, nothing to hang your head about.
And Denny Hamlin in 10th after being 3 laps down early. That's quite a recovery. We see here on page 2. Martin Truex Jr. in 12th. Hard to believe that 4 chase contenders came in. The worst one finishing 12th. That's still a great season for the 78 team.
Ryan Blaney, the announcement made earlier that he will be running full-time with Wood Brothers in 2016. Tony Stewart finishing 29th at season's end. He will enter his retirement season next year. Brett Moffitt finishing 31st and ending up Rookie of the Year for the Sprint Cup Series. Dale Earnhardt Jr. involved in the incident early on, 40th. Clint Boyer in his last race with Michael Waltrip Racing finishes 43rd. The numbers for Kyle Busch, amazing. The 30-year-old from Las Vegas, his first Sprint Cup championship.
4 championships for Joe Gibbs Racing. Joe Gibbs, such success in the National Football League, and brought that mentality to NASCAR racing as well.
We saw Kyle celebrating with his brother Kurt Busch. They now join the Labonte brothers as brothers that have won a championship, the highest level of stock car racing. Now let's go to Rutledge Wood.
Rick, something really special that you could see down here from the infield. When Kyle Busch was doing those burnouts, you saw a completely different effect on this crowd than you would have, say, a year ago if he had won. A year ago, you would have heard some cheers and a few boos, but tonight, you heard all cheers. No one went for the exits. Everybody stood. There were so many camera flashes as they watched their new champion do burnouts, and it really speaks volumes for how far Kyle Busch has come in this year. After the accident, from being a father, there were so many things that it seems like fans have really reacted and understood that this maybe isn't the guy that we thought he was. Because we know in past, when you heard guys like Dale Jarrett yesterday and Kyle Petty saying, "Ooh, this wreck last night in the Xfinity race," the old Kyle Busch would carry that anger throughout the weekend, right? He shook it off. He took his truck championship as an owner with him, and tonight we see him as a champion. But most importantly, look at all those fans down there. To be a part of this, to celebrate the biggest day in this sport, pretty amazing to see how far he's come in a year, guys.
Great point. Of the 3 championships that were settled in Homestead-Miami, Kyle Busch won 2 of them. He won the Owners' Championship in the Camping World Truck Series on Friday, and then turned around and won the Drivers' Championship in the Sprint Cup Series tonight.
And I think what Rutledge mentioned there about his approach to the weekend, how he shook off the wreck in the Xfinity race, is absolutely accurate. The Kyle Busch we saw run the chase this year, his approach in the first 9 races, very calm demeanor, methodically put himself forward to the next round. Coming here to Homestead, though, knew in his heart, we heard in his interviews, he thought it would take a win, and that's what it did take. It was classic Kyle Busch tonight.
And the fact that he ran the Xfinity race at all. A lot of drivers coming into this championship battle on a weekend, they would say, you know what, I'm not doing it. Well, Kyle Busch, he loves to race. That is You know, that is the thing about Kyle Busch. You put him behind a race car, something he loves to do, something he is great at. Not good, he is great at it, has a passion for it, and it showed. I mean, it would have been easy for him to come in here and say, I'm not driving an Xfinity car. I want to focus on a Cup car. But him driving that Xfinity car makes him a better race car driver. He just loves to race.
This celebration is going to continue, and we're going to stay right here with it. Post-race coverage continuing till 10 p.m. Coming up next, Krista, Kyle, and DJ.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.